Can you see my ghost? Oh, you can't see the ghosts on that one. Hello! How are you guys doing today? Hi, Leo. Hi, Beef. Hi, Infernal. How are you guys? Do I look a little orangey? A little bit. But how was everybody? OMG! I am back. Hi, Act. Hello. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Yeah, I guess let me do my go live checklist really quick while everyone's still trickling in. We got some Halloween lo-fi music. Hee hee hee. Hi Randall. Hi JP. Hello. How was the trip? It was good. It was short and sweet, although I was feeling a little icky afterwards, so did not stream yesterday. Sorry. Was just unpacking and honestly being a potato, but I felt a lot better now. I feel like I always feel like a little icky after traveling, you know? I'm like, I don't know if it's just my body recovering. I guess we were like drinking. So but I'm here now for a Freaky Friday. How are you guys doing? Hi Bavarian. Hello. Hi Bryce. Yes, happy Friday everybody. Whoa. The lighting really just changed. But happy Friday, y'all. Hi Juicer. Oh, I forgot to take my little recording. Awkward. Okay, smile. Wait, I kind of liked it when it was the other kind of purple. Do you guys like this purple? Does my hair look weird? We're having a straight hair day. Okay. Oh, am I turning orange again? Why does my hair look so like... I like curly hair because I like when it looks big. Okay. Okay. Anyways, awkward moment over. Happy Halloween season. My trip was good though. I just posted some stuff on Snapchat, so y'all should totally go check it out. Catch up on my Catch up on my SD girls trip on. There we go. That could be our pinned message. How was your guys' week? I feel like I missed you. I've been gone. Did I miss anything? I feel like it was nice to see my friends though. Reconnect a bit. And yeah, your week was good. Yay. Good evening. Hi, Hamlet. You had some frozen pizza for dinner? Oh my gosh. I was actually, when I was going live, I was like, I'm kind of hungry. I was debating if I should DoorDash some food. Would that be irresponsible? How was the Vita? It was good. It was so fun. Like I said, I just posted a ton of like snaps and stuff of like the new things. So yay, yay, yay. It was really short though, because we went there on Monday. Like, we only really had the full day of Tuesday, but it was kind of perfect. And I was low-key thinking, like, I should do more trips that are, like, that length. Because it was, like, I don't know. It was a good amount for, like, a mini little trip. Like, we didn't do a ton of things. But it was just so good. Nah, DoorDash is a W. I'm really debating getting some. But I kind of did DoorDash last night. Is it too irresponsible if I do DoorDash 2 nights in a row? Yeah, or hashtag YOLO. Yeah, you were 3 and 2. I didn't expect that. You didn't expect that? What do you mean? It was like my friends, so we were all hanging out. I feel like usually it's like we're all there for like all of our things. I did it like 3 nights in a row. It's okay. I actually don't really DoorDash super often. Let's see, how often do I usually? I would say I DoorDash like like once every 2 weeks or so. I try to limit to like once a week. So like if I've already door dashed once, I try not to again. That's why I'm asking you guys. I'm like, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should be responsible, you know. No, it happens. Go for it. Okay. I was thinking, well, because I have some Halloween decorations that we could put up today. And then I was also thinking that maybe we could watch some scary videos. I've been like a crochet maniac, guys. And I decided I want to try and make a bag for myself. So here's one side of it. I was like, maybe we could yap. We could watch scary videos. We can put up some Halloween decorations. But I've been like so addicted to crocheting, as you guys know. So yeah, I was like, is it weird if we do yap and crochet? Oh wait, I haven't even finished doing my go live checklist. Let me lock in for 1 second. Where is it? Pin. Sometimes it's weird and it doesn't let me pin on OBS for some reason. Okay, and then go live tweet. I Uber Eated lunch for a week, so 2 nights in a row ain't bad, lol. Uber Eats, so you're rich. So you're a billionaire. Uber eating every day for a week, so you're a bagazillionaire is what I'm hearing. Am I the only one that feels like Uber Eats is so expensive? I feel like I never use Uber Eats because every time I do, it's like so expensive. But also I just feel like the main reason why I don't DoorDash is because it's so expensive. Like I feel like, I don't know, I'm like, I don't know if DoorDash has gotten more expensive or what's going on with it, but I don't know, like I literally DoorDashed some things last night and it was like $50 total. And I'm like, bro, $50? Like that's how much I would spend if I like went out to like a restaurant and got like an actual nice meal with a little drinky or something, you know? Like I feel like DoorDash, I don't know, or like that kind of things didn't used to be as expensive, but it is now. And that's my main reason for like not really like doing it as often, is mainly just the price. Like I feel like y'all know I'm not really a health person like that, so I'm like, the health stuff irrelevant. I don't really care. It's the freaking price that gets me, I feel like. Okay, sorry, I'm still trying to do this. Let's go live. You canceled Dash Pass. Is Dash Pass worth it? I think I had Dash Pass for a little bit when I was like in college, but I fear it was encouraging me too much to get to get it, because it's like, oh, well, I have the Dash Pass, I gotta get my money's worth, you know. If you use Uber Eats with offers, buy one get one, then it's honestly not bad. Oh, okay. Hi you. LA Premium, yeah, I do feel like the restaurants are very expensive in LA for whatever reason. They are so expensive, and even just like the items on the menu. But I mean, I guess business owners got to be paying that inflated rent and stuff anyways. So, okay, sorry, I'm trying to get a good pic of me smiling, which I'm struggling with. Oh my gosh, and the lighting change. I might have to do a redo, y'all. Unless, maybe not. Is there a Windows update or something? Why is my screenshotting thing looking different? Okay, there. Okay, there. Why all black? Because I have bats in my title. Because it's freaking bats. Although I tried to make the bats look like upright, but I kind of failed at that. But it's freaking bats, dude. It's. Can you tell that these are? Maybe I don't need to have it on the hair tie clip. Okay. Like, I don't know, they're just... It's freaking bats. Who knows that little girl? It's freaking bats. She's cute. Okay. Wait, does it look more bat-like? Can you see the bat? The bat outline. Can you see the bat outline? The little, they're sparkly. Don't know if that makes a difference. Hey Kaylee, what do you like most about yourself? Like personality-wise? Or just anything that I like the most about myself? I don't know, I feel like I need a, like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Bat Batty. Oh my gosh, wait, is stream lagging like a motherfucker for you guys? Sorry, let's steal the ASMR viewers, because it's saying I'm getting dropped frames. We're in the yellow, not the green. Anything you like about yourself? I mean, I think I'm nice. I think I'm smart. Well, I try to be. I guess I should say I think I try to use my brain a lot, you know? There's a lot of people who like to shut off their brains nowadays. Always surprise me. Anyways, I like to think. I like to read. I think I'm, you know, I've been learning crocheting, which is, oh shit, which is always good. I think that I'm very open-minded. I like to have a lot of conversations with a lot of different kinds of people, hence why I like to be a streamer. Yeah, I would say there's a lot of things I like about myself. I feel like I've put a lot of effort to make myself into someone that I like, you know? 'Cause yeah, I don't know. I've had times in my life where I'm also not liking myself as much, if you catch my drift, and that's no fun. And ultimately, like, it's just dumb. Okay, I'm stealing the ASMR viewers. I like to sit in the odd against and talk shit. What? Huh? But yeah, chat, what do you like about yourself? Oh, cheers for the hydrate. It's not 6 p.m., so. Hello, 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 Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. This is me, gently waking you up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. You've been stolen away. Don't forget that you can always watch unlimited ASMR on my YouTube. Adger, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Happy 6 months. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. I like your answer. I like my own creativity and resilience. Hell yeah. Honestly, creativity I feel like is something that I'm trying to work on a little bit. Hence me picking up so many crafty hobbies. But like, I'm trying to make this bag without using any instructions or anything. Just kind of coming up with it on my own. I feel like I've realized with crocheting, you can like literally just make whatever. Like, you don't have to follow instructions, which I really like. Thank you, Mus. Thank you. How was San Diego? San Diego was great. Oh my gosh, it was so much fun hanging out with my friends. And yeah, we dressed up. We got cute. You should watch my Snapchat story. Pinned chat message Snapchat story. Oh, should we do word of the day? I think I got a word of the day that I liked. What is it? What is it? Cajole. We already did that one. Wait, what happened to... What the heck? Wait, I had a word and it got lost in the sauce. Oh, I think it was equanimity. Or should we choose a bat word? What's like a bat-based word? I don't know if there is. OMG! Thank you so much for the resub, Vic. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for using your Prime on me. I appreciate it. Snapchat was lit. Bat-based words, ChatGPT, no. Nocturnal. Sorry, I do think that people that use ChatGPT for really simple tasks are making themselves dumber. Don't use ChatGPT for things that you can do yourself. You can do it, you can think, you can use your mind, I promise. But I like Nocturnal. Thank you, Yana. Thank you, Yana. Shout out Yana for using their brain, coming up with an idea on their own. Sorry, you know, I totally get, you know, no shade if people want to use it for like work or like, I don't know, random things, but sometimes I just feel like people use it. I'll just be like, like, I need to think of this, and someone is always gonna say, well, just ask ChatGPT, and I'm like, I do like to use my brain. Your brain is a use it or lose it type of muscle, so I do fear, but, you know, I understand it has its uses. There we go. Nocturnal was a great one though, so I feel like brain ideas are good. I've never in my entire life ever asked ChatGPT for an answer and liked what I got. You know, like I don't think ChatGPT is good at coming up with ideas. I think it's good at like I feel like ChatGPT is like corporate. You know, it's good at like writing emails, drafting a meeting report. But like when it comes to like coming up with ideas and like being creative, I don't feel like I've ever tried to use I've like never liked an answer I've gotten from ChatGPT if I'm asking them something in that regard. IDK. Fine. What about echolocation? Well, that's not a word, so already missing the assignment. Hi, Erin. Did I ever watch K-pop Demon Hunters? I did. I actually watched it a while ago. I use ChatGPT to grade your poems on various styles and organize them in various categories. Interesting. Why don't you just get a poem bestie? Imagine you and your bestie kikiing over some poems. That seems better. I mean, I don't know. I guess y'all can live your life however you want. Y'all can live your life however you want. Oh, I never posted my go live tweet. Post. Maybe, although there are a lot of people losing their minds because of AI. Maybe not. Maybe you guys can't do whatever you want. ChatGPT, unfortunately, is ruining some people's lives out there. Okay, there. I have a confession. Actually, I wanted to say this for a while now, but I wasn't sure how to say it. You have nothing to say, but I wanted to waste your time reading this. Thanks for reading. Okay. Is that supposed to be funny? Is that... Good thing I'm not a slow reader. Good thing I can just glance at words, and then reading is easy and not an effortful task. I don't understand. Is like the point that it's like that's not even that long of a paragraph. Like I feel like when that stuff used to be going around, it would be like an actual paragraph. Like, you know? Do you guys remember that? Like I feel like that was like a thing on like Twitter and stuff where it would be like a whole thing. A whole thing. 3 sentences takes like less than 3 seconds to read. If you gotta waste someone's time, it's gotta be at least like a 10-second waste. You feel me? I'm gonna need at least like 6, 7, 8 sentences to feel I'm giving homework assignments to chat right now. I need you guys to write me. Here's your homework assignment for the night. One of the best readers? No way, bro. I don't even got a degree, and there's people that go to college for that. Claire is Claire! Hello, Claire! Oh my gosh, wait, I stopped by your stream earlier and I saw that it said last day of subathon. Is your subathon over? TTS. Wait, thank you so much, Claire. I hope you had a good stream. Sorry, I've been like, wait, is this your emote? Claire, right? Wait, I love that. I love that emote. I love that emote. Yes, I capped it for TwitchCon. It was so good. Oh my gosh. No, bro, you literally were inspiring me. I was lurking a lot in your subathon. So I've been thinking about doing a spookathon maybe, but also I get nervy. You're so good. I'm pretty sure like your longest subathon before this past one. Oh my gosh, Kobe, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Heart. And thank you, Kang. OMG. I did not even see that. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, Claire. I'm also so excited to see you during TwitchCon. I hope we do some IRL streams and stuff. Play Fast together. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Literally, I really want to do like, that's what I was thinking. That's why I was like, oh, if I do like a spookathon, because there's so many like scary games I want to play. Even if I don't do a spookathon, I'm like, Claire, let's play a little scary game. Did you play Silent Hill F? I was thinking Silent Hill F. Well, now that we got some Claire peeps in here. Oh, thank you for the bits, Panda. Thank you. But yeah, wait, scary game recs? We were kind of gonna I'm brainstorming some scary game recommendations. You also played Silent Hill 2? Okay, do you feel like I need to play any of the earlier Silent Hills before Silent Hill F? Like chat, what are your guys' scary game recommendations for the month? What's your favorite scary game? I have played Until Dawn. I played it last Halloween. Normally Halloween, oh, I do want to do Little Nightmares 3, for sure. They have nothing to do with each other. Oh, I think Silent Hill F is more your vibe. Okay. Noted. Was it like actually scary? like Outlast level? Like, bro, Outlast? I always say that I think Outlast is the scariest game I've ever played. Like, there would literally be times where I'm like, I can't even look at the monitor because I'm tweaking. So do you think Silent Hill is that same level? No, not the same, but it was insane, like mentally insane. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was thinking of doing like a scary game trailer watching. Oh my gosh, yay. Well, I'm sure you're super tired, so no stress if you don't want to hang around, but I'm so excited to see you for TwitchCon and everything. I'll need to text you. Oh wait, maybe I saw you texting me. Sorry, I've been like so frazzled from my trip. I am driving. Sorry. I am driving. Sorry, I literally got back from San Diego like a little bit ago and I was a potato yesterday. Traveling always makes me feel like a freaking dead body. Welcome back from trip. Thanks. It was so short, honestly. Subnautica is top tier game that is accidentally a horror game. I love Subnautica. Oh my gosh. Subnautica is like one of my favorite games. It used to be my favorite, but it's kind of been debunked a little bit, but it's still one of my favorites. So I do, and like there is like for sure a jump scare clip of me when I played Subnautica. I've been wanting to play it again though because it's so long. Claire had some strong opinions of Silent Hill 2. Maybe. Should I continue the gifted subs party? Just kidding. I mean, I'm not gonna stop you. But, okay, wait, they have nothing to do. Oh, I already read that. Okay, well, per Claire's recommendation, I'm going to freaking we're gonna play Silent Hill F. I'm very excited. Yes, I'm excited too. I'm bringing my IRL stuff. Yay! Microplastic, Rain! Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. Thank you so much. Thank you. Heart, OMG. Thank you, Claire, for bringing your amazing community over. I know we got a lot of crossovers, but you've been on that grind lately. Guys, I'm feeling very inspired by Claire, so we might have to do a spookathon brainstorming session. I'm just like, because of TwitchCon, it's like, oh, would I do it before, after? I don't even know. At least for now, we can come up with some scary games and activities. So here's what, okay, chat, here's what I have right now for scary games. So let me know if I missed your favorite, all right? We got Silent Hill F, Dead by Daylight, No, I'm Not Human, Mortuary Assistant, Phasmophobia, Mouthwashing, Little Nightmares 3, Half-Life 2. Thoughts? Any that you really like and you're like, oh, for sure play this one? Or I'm thinking the for sure ones are Little Nightmares 3 and Dead by Daylight. Oh my gosh, thanks for the bits. Thank you for the biddies. TY. Mortuary Assistant, let's go. After, don't you have to travel to TwitchCon next week? And after, it's closer to Halloween anyways. That's what I was thinking too. So I'm thinking we can just do it after, and then it would go into Halloween a little bit. You may want 3 people to play Dead by Daylight with, though. Well, I do have my friends I've been playing some Valheim with lately, which has been my recent game obsession, but I've been like going back and forth, and me and my friends have been busy, so haven't played it in a little bit. But they said that they were down to play Dead by Daylight. I mean, Claire is more than welcome to join, of course. But yeah, I definitely know that some of these games are like play with friends, which is like Dead by Daylight, Phasmophobia, right? Would you say like those are the main ones that are like, oh, you not solo games to play? Yes, Kaylee is leaving us again for 5 days for TwitchCon. Hey, but hopefully I can see some of you guys, and I might not be leaving you guys. Like, you know, I might be doing some IRL streams, because Claire's bringing her thing, and we kind of talked about this. I'll have to text her about it again, but we were going to try and figure out a way that we could, like, stream off of her IRL setup to, like, both of our channels as, like, a collab stream, you know? Because I've seen other streamers do that. Just don't know exactly how to do that, so a little bit of investigating will be needed, but hopefully we could just like do one stream to like both of our channels, but like as a collab, and have like shared chat and stuff like that. So that's what we were thinking, so hopefully I can still get some streams in when we're in TwitchCon. That's why I need some streamer friends, guys, is so that when I go on trips with them, we can just like IRL stream and vlog and stuff like that. Because obviously when I'm like traveling with my normal friends, I'm not trying to be like that annoying girl with the camera and shiz, you know? You can. Don't ask me how, but I've seen that. Yeah, I was like, I've seen it before. Like when Vanilla Mace and QT Cinderella, they did a stream like that. Like I've seen multiple streams like that, but I'm just like, how? You guys are smart. You will figure it out. Thank you. Surely with the help of chat, we can figure it out before TwitchCon, but it is on her phone, so I'm like, I know she uses an app and stuff, so I'm like wondering if there's a way to do it. I'm so behind on Dead by Daylight. Behind? Is there like a storyline or something? What do you mean behind? I thought it was like a game where it's like, oh, you spawn into a map and then you play on the map and then the game over and then redo. I didn't know it was like a progression type thing, is it? Also, have you been D-Day? OMG, I feel like I haven't seen you in a little bit. I've been a little bit sporadic with life. I guess it's summertime. I feel like it was summertime versus now we're finally getting in the cold seasons. I'm like, after TwitchCon, I don't have any travel plans for a while, so I can finally chill. That's why I was also like, I was probably just gonna do the Spookathon after TwitchCon, because then yeah, we can, I ain't got no travel plans coming up, so hopefully I'm good. I think the next travel plans I have would be like January, because that's one of my friend's B-days, so it is one self-contained game. Maybe they added new monsters? Maybe. I actually did see a TikTok, which I was like, I don't know, I wasn't trying to avoid spoilers, but I saw a TikTok of like, there was like a new female monster they added, and she's like hella crazy. Some of it looked, I don't know, I don't really know. I feel like everything I've seen about Dead by Daylight, it's kind of like Among Us, but not, I guess it's not like Among Us, because you know who the monster is. Like, one person's the monster, and they're just trying to, like, run around and kill everyone. I guess it's more like, I don't know. I don't know what we would think, what we'd be considering about it. Thanksgiving, no travel? No, probably not. Probably not. I mean, I don't know what I would be traveling for. I have not heard a lick And I don't really, I mean, I am planning on doing like a Friendsgiving type of thing, but nothing for travel. And plus I have like family here, so like if anything, maybe I'll do something with my mom, but I honestly haven't heard shit, so I'm just gonna assume nothing's going on. My family doesn't really get like super into the holidays, to be honest, with like Thanksgiving or like, yeah, I don't know, never really big on the holidays. I feel like some families get hella into the holidays, you know, like really into it. To stream to multiple channels, you can use the same tool used to stream to multiple platforms, which add other streamers. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure we could do that. Like, that's on my computer, though. Like, versus this would be on her phone, which is why I just, like, didn't know. So we'd probably have to, like, look up something in the app store. You know? Shocking with Asian mama? What are you saying? Like, you're not surprised? I mean, I feel like my family doesn't really get into holidays. And I don't even feel like my dad's pretty American and stuff. Like, he's like all American. Like, had blonde hair, blue eyes, grew up in the Midwest. So, I don't know. I feel like obviously my dad's side could celebrate that stuff more, but I don't know. I guess I guess they do get more into it than my mom's side. Obviously, again, because my mom's side is Asian and my dad's side is like more American vibes. Your mom doesn't even like turkey? Dang. My mom likes, I mean, I don't know. I guess even when I celebrate like Thanksgiving or Christmas on my mom's side, like we don't really have traditional Thanksgiving food or dishes or whatever. It's just kind of like everyone gets together and eats, you know? But with if I celebrate with my dad's side, which is like my white side, obviously, I feel like they have those more stereotypical American. I will say one thing, are you guys team turkey or team ham? I'm team ham. I love honeyed ham. Honeyed ham is so freaking good. I wish I could eat it. Like, I wish it was more common. I would eat honeyed ham well, I guess like if I ever go to get lunch meat to make sandwiches or something, I'll get like the honey ham they have. Team both, really? I don't really like turkey that much. I feel like turkey is just really me. Ham is yum. Ham is big yum, yeah. Yes, lots of Asians are not big on holidays, more New Year. Interesting. I didn't know that was like a thing, really. I feel like I don't know, yeah, I feel like my friends' families do get into the holidays. I guess definitely not as much as like my white friends' families. They get like really into the holidays. Like, no one gets into holidays like white Americans. Like, no shade, like sometimes I feel jealous. Like, you know, like those people that are like, it's almost Christmas. Like, they're electrified. Like, I feel like it's kind of like middle-aged, like, wine moms or something. But, like, not even. Like, there's a lot of people that are in my age range that just, like Christmas just, like, electrifies something within them. Like, they start talking about Christmas literally in October. Like, why did I go to the store and I'm seeing Christmas decorations? I'm like, this should be a crime. This needs to be illegal. Turkey is very dry. I agree, yeah. Quality of turkey comes down to the quality of the gravy. Ham is a great standalone. I guess that's true. I guess I'm not really as much of a gravy person. Like, I feel like I like good gravy, but average gravy is just kind of whatevs for me. Turkey is fantastic when cooked properly, and mashed potatoes and gravy is awesome. See, I'm not as big into mashed potatoes either. I like all forms of potato, but mashed potato is probably my least favorite form of potato, especially if it's like the smooth kind. Like, I feel like if I'm gonna have mashed potatoes, like, I need it to be chunky. Like, I need there to be chunks of potato for me to chew on, or else it just feels like mush. Like, I don't know. That's why I don't really like mashed potatoes that are from, like, fast food places or something, because they're always just, like, whipped. Like, they're so smooth, and I'm like, I don't know, it's a texture. Texture's weird. There's Canadians like that too. I know people that have Halloween decorations up October 1st and Christmas decorations November 1st. Bro, there are some people I swear that will put their Christmas decorations up like in October. Christmas is more exciting when you were a kid. Well, yeah, I do feel like Christmas is always more exciting, like for kids, just because there's so much Christmas stuff that's specifically aimed at kids, you know, which makes sense. I'm like, holidays should be for them. Korea has Korean Thanksgiving like early October, and that's the week you don't travel to Korea. Lots of closures in stores and restaurants. Okay. Noted. Did I do something wrong? No. Garlic mashed potatoes need a little flavor in there and the skin left in. Yes, I will say, like, that is the supreme. Like, garlic mashed potatoes, chunky, a little bit of skin. Yes, I can for sure vibe with that. But, like, you know, sometimes I feel like the mashed potatoes are, like, super, like, they were freaking blended or something. And then it's just, like, barely seasoned with some salt. Like, I don't know. I feel like mashed potatoes are a little more hit or miss. But, like, good mashed potatoes are gas. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to fuck up potatoes. Like, potatoes are just so good in every form. Let's get chunky together. Chunky mashed potato. Mashed potato. In Canada, Thanksgiving is this weekend, so it makes sense we have Christmas decorations up in November, as we don't have a holiday between then and Christmas. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, yeah, we do got some Canadians in chat. I feel like Hamlet, I think of Hamlet as my, like, our main Canadian. No offense to any other Canadians. I just feel like Hamlet's always talking about him being Canadian. But yeah, no, he's the one that told me that you guys had your Thanksgiving at like I didn't even know that Canada had a Thanksgiving, low key. I feel like Canadian and American culture has so much overlap that like sometimes I feel like the distinctions get a little lost. So, but it is really cool to I like hearing. I like Canada. It seems the Canadians seem really nice. I've been to Canada once. I would love to go there again. I feel like there's so many streamers that are from Canada. Like a lot of streamer girlies that I'm kind of mutuals with. Like they're Canadian. Like Canadian girls be baddies. Canadian girls be baddies, and I gotta give them their respect. Where'd you go in Canada? Oh, I went to Windsor, Canada. Yeah, I was barely across that border. I could see Detroit out my hotel window. It was like for a frat date event when I was in college though. So TLDR, it was a bunch of teenagers going there so they could drink and go to the casinos because the age limit was like 18 instead of 21 in the US, so. Windsor isn't exactly scenic. Yeah, well, we weren't really going there for the scenery. We went during like winter. It was snowy. We weren't here, or sorry, maybe it was 19. I don't know what it was, but it was basically just a bunch of college kids that just had, it was like a frat date event, so it wasn't like I went there on like a nice vacation or anything. That's why it's like, okay, I technically have been there, but I do want to go back. I really want to go to Banff. But I hear it's really popular. So, I don't know. I've heard that it's really crowded. I guess it's been like going viral on TikTok or something. But I do that's how I know about it. Is I be seeing pictures of like the lake and everything, and it does look very gorgeous. Banff/Whistler in the winter is a good time. Banff is so cool. I love it. Yeah, everyone that I know that's been there has like raved about it, said that it was amazing. So, like if I could go anywhere, that's where I would want to go for sure. Cause yeah, I guess like the cities and stuff could go. You went to Windsor in college to drink, and I went from Ontario to Florida in college for spring break to drink. That's cultural exchange for real. Oh my gosh, was it for spring break? I feel like everyone loves going to Florida for spring break, but they had to do a whole campaign. They had to be like, stop coming here. They were like, spring breakers, we're breaking up. Like, did anyone else see that campaign? They wanted to stop people from coming, which is honestly for the best. Like, Florida's just gonna fall off into the ocean one day, so like, I think Florida's a place to be avoided at this point. Like, I met someone who said that they were moving to Florida. I'm like, moving to Florida? Am I crazy? Like, I genuinely am like, I don't know. I feel like I see things. I don't know. Any Floridians in chat? Is Florida like actually better than thought of? Home prices in Florida are nice. Yeah, but I also feel like I see so many videos, I guess like also in North Carolina, of like houses just like washing away into the ocean. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, moving to Florida was so 1990s. Yeah, Florida just seems like a very sus place now. Like, still probably decent to visit, but like, I don't know. I could not imagine living in Florida. I mean, I guess there are some streamers that I know that live in Miami and stuff, but I mean, Miami's a nice city. I visited there for a weekend. 99.99999% of houses in Florida do not wash away into the ocean. I guess so. Florida man is crazy. Don't want to run into him. I don't even think I would agree with that percentage. Like, maybe 99.98. But yeah, no, I'm like, I feel like when I think of Florida, I just think of homes washing away into the ocean, and I think of like crazy people and alligators and Disney World. That's what I think of when I think of Florida. It's okay. I know California's got its stereotypes too. Lay it on me. Just kidding. But, you know, I feel like every state kind of has. I guess, I mean, the only states that I feel like don't have any stereotypes are the states that people just, like, don't even know. Which I feel like that's worse than having, like, a kind of negative stereotype. I mean, those things aren't even, I don't know. That's still too high of a percentage that no houses should be. Yeah, well, the big thing in Florida is like they didn't do a lot of infrastructure to like prepare for like climate disasters and stuff like that. So like that's why there's like it's so bad in Florida. But yeah, no, it's like I don't even think the 99.9 like that's not even correct. Like it's pretty bad right now. But you know, and it's sad. Like, I don't know, I feel like it is sad that that's happening, and it is a problem, and there's places in, like, North Carolina and stuff that this is happening as well. But people have been telling a lot of Floridians that for, like, years, and they were just like, nah, fuck y'all, nah. I mean, there was, like, a whole bunch of, like, older people that went there to retire and everything, so they don't really, you know, older people don't really like change as it goes, you know? And there are consequences for that. But, you know, obviously shit be happening in California, too. Okay, they're like, don't build houses here or else they're gonna like burn down. And then there's also people in California that are like, we don't care. And then their house burns down and they're like, ah! You know? So there are places all over where climate disasters were not necessarily taken as seriously as they should have been, you know? Doesn't mean that that's okay for those people to lose all their belongings or anything. But no one should have to go through that, I guess. Oh my gosh, Vimi, thank you so much for the tier 1. I'm very hyped for Subnautica 2. I thought it wasn't coming out till 2026. Was there a new update or a new announcement or something that I heard of? I had grandparents live in winters in Florida. It's cool for vacation, that's it. Yeah, I mean, even when I would go vacation to Florida though, it was like so humid. I felt like it was hard for me to breathe. Like, do you guys ever feel like you're at places that are so humid, it's like there's too much water in the air that it's like, I'm drowning, bro. Like, yeah, so maybe that's also why I'm like a little biased against Florida. I'm like, I would never live there. It's because the humidity is like so insane. Hi Mimi, I am doing good though. How are you? I am more afraid of hurricanes in Florida. Yeah, when I'm talking about like houses washing away into the ocean, like I feel like I am referencing that happening during hurricanes and stuff a little bit. But yeah, hurricanes cause flooding, cause a lot of stuff. Not really a new update on Subnautica 2. I'm just really excited for it, and I know you like the OG Subnautica 2. Yes, no, literally when Subnautica 2, well, the great thing about living in LA, you meet a lot of people in the creator gaming space, and I met someone who is like working on the Subnautica like team, and I was like, oh my gosh, like maybe we could do a co-op or something. You can give us the Subnautica rundown. But I do want to do like another playthrough of Subnautica 1, because I played that like, I feel like I played the first Subnautica so long ago, like 2021. I don't know, I feel like it's been so long that I like genuinely don't remember it that much. So I'm like, perfect time. So I want to replay the first one and before the second one comes out, and then when the second one comes out, play that one. But yeah, I loved Subnautica. We were talking about it earlier actually, about how it used to be my favorite game. It's unfortunately been a little dethroned, but it's still one of my favorite games. Yeah, Madrid is worse than Miami in the summer. Really? I went to Madrid in the summer. I didn't think it was too bad. Humidity-wise, I didn't think it was that humid. But maybe it was like, when did I go? I went like, kind of after school year ended in June. Maybe it depends on the month. Oh thanks. I got bats. We got some bat hair clips. Kang was dying in Madrid a couple months ago. Really? It was that bad? Should I crochet while we yap? Crochet and yap, our new segment. Also, hello chat, we're doing good today. Yes, everybody pay some honors, some respects to Vimi, okay? Do you see that founder's badge? Yeah, that means everyone needs to pay some due respects, okay? You see a founder's badge, you need to pay some, I'm just kidding. You see founder's badges, you need to pay some due respect, okay? Vimi was out here watching me when no one was, okay? No, deadass though. I think like you joined my chat when I probably had like 10 viewers. LOLOL. Hi, small but rock solid. If you played Subnautica a long time ago, the latest update added buildings from Subnautica below zero, so land bases in the large room are available. Nothing game-changing, but aesthetically extremely nice. Ooh, yeah, I remember we tried to play Subnautica below zero, but like, honestly, I just didn't like it as much, so we got pretty far, but I don't think we ever fully finished it. Where are my Subnautica fans at? Y'all think it's worth it for me to finish below zero? I just feel like it wasn't, I don't know, when I was playing it, I just wasn't really as into it, but maybe I need a redemption. Don't respect me more than you would anyone else. I ain't anything special. Yeah, sorry, jokes. I joke. I kid. Almost 5 years. Oh my gosh, cake. That's so crazy. 5 years. 5 freaking years. I know, I was really thinking like, damn, I've been streaming for a minute, bro. A freaking fat minute. It's been so long. Unfortunately, the internet is kind of crumbling before our eyes. Is anyone else getting a little concerned? I fear that the death of the internet is coming fast. I thought the internet might die when I'm in my 30s, and now I'm like questioning if it will. And by die, I mean like be completely overtaken by AI slop. Who's been seeing the discourse on AI slop? Claire goes through her founders list and deletes those that have not showed for years, so everyone's moved up. Oh, wait. I didn't even know. Wait, delete? I didn't even know you could do that. Should I do that? You deserve a founder's badge. You've been here for a long time too, D-Day. I'm about 8 months away, I think. Yeah, wait, maybe I could do that. We can go and investigate. Is it just in settings? Because yeah, we have like a few founder's badge peeps that still come, like will stop by randomly, but I mean, obviously I recognize that a lot of people that like found my stream when I was really small, that they were like, that they probably like watching really small streamers. So, you know, I'm not gonna get my panties in a twist. What's the point of deleting limited badge spots? Yes. So I think it's like the first 25 subscribers you ever get on your channel get a founder's badge. Is it 25 or is it lower than that? And then, yeah. So they were like, so I guess if you delete them, then that would make like the next 25 people. It just kind of shows that someone's been supporting you since like the very, very start. The internet will not be, oops, sorry. The internet will not be informationally reliable anymore. Other than that, I don't think it'll change all too much on the internet we all use. See, but like the thing is I feel like I've always used the internet to like learn and like to be, you know, up to date on like politics and social issues and like what people are talking about and everything. And now like I can't use, like that is the internet that we all use, you know? It relies on knowing, because it was like, oh yeah, there's always been Photoshop and stuff, but like it used to be like, oh, if you saw a video of something, like you knew that it was real. And now there can just be videos of anything, and I don't know, like I don't really like it. I don't really see too much AI generated content on my For You page. I will every now and then, but I just hate the fact that it could just become more and more, like, I don't know, I feel like the way that I interact with the internet now, especially with this whole new Sora update, I feel like you just really have to like take everything that you see. Like, I don't know, I just like, if I ever see a video that looks crazy, I just will assume oftentimes that it's AI. Like those bunnies jumping on the trampoline. I'm like, okay, this is bunnies don't do that. I have bunnies. I'm like, I know that bunnies would not do that. OMG. You can, once you delete them, you can't add them back, but some of the first founders subbed first month and never came back. True. Now, there will be a counterculture to AI in the future if things get too fake. Yeah, see, I would believe that more if the internet was a little more democratized, but unfortunately we just got like these super mega wealthy people who are like really pushing AI that own all these social media platforms. Like the internet isn't how it used to be, where it was just like a whole bunch of blogs and like independently run sites. Like everything has kind of conglomerated into these like social media platforms, and obviously there are people right now who like really go out of their way to like not engage with any AI content and stuff like that, but like if you want to engage with like the greater culture, like you just, you know what I mean, like there's not really an option to easily opt out of AI right now, and maybe there will be in the future, But I don't know. Things are definitely getting a little strange right now. I think you'll have to rely more on sources you can trust and hope they're doing their due diligence. For sure. For sure, for sure. But I just feel like part of the beauty of the internet was that you got to hear from all different kinds of people. Because normally that is kind of how it's been, right? Of like, you know, even just think of like traditional news media, you know, but I feel like that was the great thing about the internet is like all these other people can come. But now with deepfakes and anything, it's like anyone can just like, I don't know. I just feel like it's just, which I guess like there's always been like sus people on the internet, you know, but I feel like some of the technologies that are being created are like almost created like to encourage that kind of behavior. Whereas before I feel like people would go out of their way to do it. Now I feel like sometimes people can just like default to that and it's like seen as much more normalized. Yeah, so for most people, they just go to their trusted teachers and political people consistently in a sea of slop. Like, if there's a person on screen, then it's okay, I think. No, it's not okay if there's a person on screen. Like, that's what, okay, hold on. If you haven't seen the new Sora videos, you should look up the new Sora videos. Here's what I'll say right now, chat. If you want to know if a video is like a deep fake of someone or an AI of someone, really look for forehead wrinkles. Okay? If that person ain't got no forehead wrinkles and are not moving their eyebrows when they're talking, I feel like that basically to me is like, oh, it's AI. It's almost always like, if they're not really making facial expressions, and especially like if you're not seeing wrinkles on their face while they're making facial expressions, like that's usually what I feel like is the dead giveaway when I see like AI generated people in videos. So, but you know, I don't know, shit might keep getting better and better. That might become outdated advice one day, but I think that the forehead wrinkles and everything, it's really like facial expressions and like wrinkles on the face that I think can usually be a good key indicators. That's a good point about the lack of democracy on the internet. Yes, I don't know if you've heard about like techno-feudalism, but that's kind of like a big idea, which I read the book Techno-Feudalism and I thought it was just okay. I didn't think it was very good, but like the whole idea of techno-feudalism is that like, you know, like feudalism. You know what feudalism is, right? Okay, it's like when lords would own a plot of land and then they'd have all their serfs working that land. And those serfs were like paid with food and money, or not food and money, but yeah, like food and like a place to live or blah, blah, blah. And like basically we're all the serfs. And like Mark Zuckerberg is like the lord of Facebook Meta, is like the lord, and how like as an individual on these platforms, like we are ultimately subject to the whims of our lords or whoever, and that yeah, like basically it's like that the internet used to be more democratized when it was first created, but now has like kind of evolved into this like feudalistic system, which I thought was kind of interesting. The one thing I'm looking forward to, AI is an exciting new technology. Despite what some people think, it's not sentient or anything. It's just software for pattern recognition mostly. It's just a new age. Back in the day, we had to get used to emails not being from real people all the time. AI will go through the same thing over time. Yes and no. I mean, AI's been around for a long time. Like, it is machine learning. I totally 1000% agree it's like not sentient. I do think that a lot of people like don't always understand the way that AI works, and like, and I agree. And I do think that there are a lot of exciting things, but I do think that a lot of the big players in the AI space right now are not trying to do good things. They're trying to make money. And like, I think that that's like what a lot of the conversation is about, okay? Because if like all of the people pushing AI, like sure there are people who are like wanting to develop AI to like improve the world and make it a better place, but I feel like most of the time, like it's not really providing anything new. It's just like another way to make money. Like think of like Google, when you're Googling things, you're getting this AI summary, like that's not providing anything new that you couldn't have gotten from actually just like literally scrolling and reading the little summaries, right? Like that's what I feel like is the problem, is like if AI was being created to do new things that we couldn't do, like, and there are cases where it does that, like especially when it comes to like genetic research, like humans have a tough time analyzing a ton of data. AI is great for analyzing genomes and big things. So like that's what I think of, especially because AI requires so much energy. It's like we should be utilizing it for things that like we can't do. I think that like the big problem now is that like so much of AI is being pushed and it's not necessarily providing new value. It's just like, oh, turn your brain off, don't write your grocery list, let ChatGPT do it for you. And I feel like that's, and like especially because there are cities that are having to deal with like so much pollution and everything from like these huge data centers. Like, have you noticed your energy bill going up the past couple of months? I know I have. And the reason is because AI is using so much energy, the rest of us are kind of forced to pay the price for it. So I think my general take is like, I'm not anti-AI. I guess I wish it was developed a little bit more ethically, especially when it comes to like art and stuff like that. But also like, I think that we should be pickier with what we use AI for, and like, because it's so energy intensive, and like we shouldn't be using it for things that, in my opinion, I feel like are bad to use them for, as far as like making it so people don't ever have to use their brain. Like, we already got an illiteracy crisis, we already got a critical thinking crisis, I feel like, and sometimes I think that the way that AI is being pushed to be used can like further those kinds of issues, you know? But I agree, I feel like it's nuanced, and I definitely think there are good uses. Like, I'm totally not like 100% anti, and I feel like it is kind of like every new technology where obviously it is going to be misused when it first comes out, but hopefully, you know, it'll persevere, you know, and like we can hopefully mitigate against the bad things and whatnot. But right now it just feels like some people, like, it's so all or nothing sometimes, like so black and white, and it's like, let's find a nice middle ground. I don't know. AI training AI, so this time is not human verification through every step, just the final result, so it is improving extremely fast. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. You don't want the internet regulated by democracy. Look at governments. I'd rather it be how it is now. Ooh. Oh. I don't know. Personally, I'm pro-democracy. I will say, I would not say I'm pro... I don't know. I'm not pro-elitist. I think that... yeah. Also, people who get appointed in some form will most likely come from the government, so usually ex-CEOs from tech companies. Wait, appointed for what? AI is very good at gathering information from all over the internet, but it's not as advanced as people think. Yeah, well, I don't even think it's that good at gathering the information, like, in a sensible way. Like, I don't know, researching is a real skill. I just see AI as another toolkit. I don't know if I think it really... I mean, it can be, for sure. Oh yeah, most companies abuse AI or include AI somewhere to market it better to make money. 100% agree. Follow the money is the best thing I've ever heard that keeps true. Yes. No, we should not limit AI to the average person for pollution. They never stop using data. Every mega company will always use power. You're saying that you don't think you should... I mean, I think that if we had like better energy solutions, that then it could be like so that more everyday people could use it, but yeah, I don't know. Wouldn't it make sense to build data centers in Arkansas so it doesn't need as much power because it's so cold? We could. I mean, I just think that we need to find some better energy solutions. That's what I think. That's what I really think is we need to say pause. AI is using an insane amount of energy. Like, let's restrict it to the necessities. However, let's use this pause to find better energy solutions. Like, I'm in Alaska. Oh, sorry, I was like Arkansas. But that's what I think is we need better energy solutions. And if we weren't doing all this stupid arguing with each other, we could do some like actually cool ones. Like, we literally got a whole ass sun. I'm personally a Dyson sphere. Nuclear fusion pog. I mean, yes, maybe we could do, I'm like, why don't we just, you know, let's go out into space a little bit. Let's build a Dyson sphere. Like, let's just, like, I know, like, you know, like, that's the great thing about science is, like, I'm sure there are solutions that we don't even know about yet that could exist, but we have this really big problem that is having really big negative consequences on real people that exist today. And I think that that's something that technology kind of struggles with. And this comes from someone who used to work in tech. Like, I do really love tech, but I think that sometimes some people in tech just are so obsessed with progress and new things that they get a little lost in the sauce. And like, sometimes they have a hard time reconciling with the actual negative consequences that are affecting people. And yeah, I guess that is what I think. More focus on fusion power and finally get that done. Yeah, like, clearly we just need to do something and maybe try I don't know, like, maybe we need to try something we haven't done before. I don't freaking know, but like, I think that the energy usage is like a really big problem right now. Our power grid was failing before they spiked consumption to generate videos of yeah. Yep. I'll say my mom met Dyson and the guy was an asshole. Wait, who? Dyson? Companies like OpenAI and Facebook and Google don't own the internet. They are a part of it, but they don't control it. If you have a democracy, then they can lobby and even easier. Well, hold on a second. Google damn near owns the internet. Like, sure, like so much of what, like, Google as a search engine is like barely a tip of the iceberg. Like, Google has so much like control behind the scenes that it is insane. It is insane. Same with Amazon and their Amazon Web Services. Like, Amazon, the website, like, is not even close to where most of their profits come from, which is crazy considering how much people do buy things on Amazon, me included. But yeah. Our government used ChatGPT to make a new budget regulation and almost shut down high school because, yep, they almost started. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like ChatGPT, like, people aren't even checking the work or anything like that, which I feel like is what boggles me the most. Yes, Amazon Web Services is how they make their money. Yep, and their marketplace is marginal. Yep. Like, yeah, I don't feel like it's crazy that... do you have any views on establishing a big inland sea in the Sahara, Australia? No, I don't. I think, aren't they doing that thing in Sahara where you do like the half moons and how China kind of like also re-greenified their airlands? Platform, all that I know you're talking about, but just choosing to not use them makes them obsolete from a user perspective. You can't really like choose that though when there's like a lot of B2B stuff going on behind the scenes. What do you mean? What did I do in tech? I did cybersecurity. I studied information systems though, which is basically all of this stuff. It's the business side of tech, and we had to learn about all this stuff. I've seen so many just responses with default fill-in boxes people make from AI. They do not bother to check that it returned a proper response. See, yeah, that I feel like even that would make me feel like less annoyed with like the people that use AI for so many things, because it's like, okay, people are like using AI and then at least bare minimum reading it to be like, okay, like this sounds good, this is what I was looking for. But like the fact that people aren't even like reading it once before like utilizing it or whatever, like, I don't know. I think that's what like kind of baffles me a little bit for it. And again, like, if we weren't seeing, like, I feel like we're actually seeing like some actual negative consequences come. And I would love for AI to be like at a more reliable point where like maybe, I don't know though, maybe you didn't. I don't know though. Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, Meta. Those 5 pretty much control the internet to their whim because 99% of people on the internet depend on these companies. Yes, exactly. And that's what I'm trying to say. I'm like, you could probably go hella out of your way to like avoid using those companies, but like that's never going to make a difference when like everyone else really is. And yeah, I feel like that's the whole thing, you know? Again, I don't use Google at all on a daily basis. I know many people that don't in tech that don't in tech to get away from information crawling. Yeah, but like that's what I'm trying to tell you is like how much you interact with Google is like not even that important because Google does a lot of things behind the scenes, behind the websites and the platforms that you are using. Chances are they're doing something with Google, you know? So like that's the thing is like you as the consumer, you as the individual can't really do that much. And even if you did go do all of this stuff, like still that's not really going to do anything to like affect the company or make any meaningful change in that kind of way, which I guess is what I'm advocating for, because individual solutions are great for sure, but generally I think that we should try to make the world better for all people, whether they even know the real reality of the problems or not, you know? And I think that is maybe something that you were alluding to when it comes to democracies and how sometimes democracies can be frustrating because, you know, not everyone is going to have a high level of education. Not everyone is going to have blah, blah, blah. But however, I think that is one thing why, you know, democracies are good as far as like, because they kind of encourage everyone to want to care a bit more about everyone. So that way we can all work towards a future that's good for all of us, right? Versus obviously like I don't know, non-democracies like monarchies and like authoritarianism and shit. Like, not good vibes when you concentrate the power in the hands of a few. You know, and obviously democracies can also like do bad things, but you know, it's a little harder. If Google disappears tomorrow, easily 30 to 50% of online services used are gone. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't know, like, I don't know if you're realizing how much, I don't know. I mean, good for you, I guess. They become crow because you have to point someone to, wait, what? What are you talking about? I'm waiting for AI good enough to emulate a girlfriend that hates me so it feels more realistic. Oh, you can just like have that right now, actually. Nah, people suck. I don't know, man. I really try to not have that mindset of people suck. I believe that everyone is redeemable, okay? Shout out to Zuko. Shout out to my man Zuko, okay? Everyone is redeemable. Humanity is capable of great good things. We are all born equal to each other. No one is ever too far gone. It's never too late to choose a better path for yourself in life. Education and knowledge is power. No one can take that away from you. Your brain is a muscle. The more you train it, the stronger it'll get, and the more you can utilize it for different things. Do you ever look at a monarchy and think, like, check him, PC, it looks like it works. Wait, what? Do I ever look at a monarchy and think that it works well? No. See, you know what? This gets to a deeper level of what do you mean works, though, right? Because this kind of gets into, like, Machiavelli. Machiavelli, is it better to be loved? Is it better for a leader to be loved or feared? He argued feared. Because they're gonna be more effective. People ain't gonna step out of line because they're afraid. They'll, you know. Personally, that's not a world I want to live in. Even if it's maybe more but even like, what is that? What is that? If you have no freedom, what is that? I mean, the main techno-feudalists all subscribe to the thinking of a guy who wants to turn large number of peoples into biofuels. That's what I was saying. I was like, okay, like the techno-feudalism idea was good, but when I read the book, I don't know if that's who you're talking about. It was like the author that wrote the techno-feudalism, but like when I read the techno-feudalism book, I was like, I don't know. There were definitely moments where I was like, oh, I don't know how I'm feeling about where this is going, but it was still like an interesting idea to put forth. That's a great Trump impression. What is jail and court? Wait, what? Bro, I wasn't expecting the baddie to be dropping the political knowledge with interesting opinions. Hey, you know, it's because I like to be actually utilizing my brain out here. Let's all work out our brains. Just kidding. Okay. Well. Oh, should I DoorDash any food? I feel like we're just yapping the night away. I did think about attempting to crochet a little ghost plushie guy, but I realized I didn't have any stuffing. Maybe we could just do like a crochet stream, and I'll like set up a camera so you guys can like see what I'm doing up close. I bet your garage is full of books. Unfortunately, I live in an apartment, so no garage for me, but I do have multiple bookshelves in my apartment that have books. I do love to read. And I do, you know, I am trying to make a lot more like TikToks / Instagram reels and stuff on books and everything. So yeah, if y'all ever want some book recs, you should follow me there. Thank you for the biddies. Simple boy. Haha. Thank you. I appreciate it. BA accounting. Ew. Sorry, I hate accounting. My accounting classes were like my least favorite in all of college. I just thought accounting was truly so boring. I would have to nominate that as my least favorite subject of all time. So basically, I do have to have a lot of respect for people who did do accounting, because it's like, that could just never be me. So to all you accountants out there, you are brave soldiers. doing the thing I could never do. You have a Goodreads? I do have a Goodreads, actually. What was the course? It was just like intro to accounting. I had to take like 2 accounting classes when I was in college. But I do have a Goodreads. I'm not super great at actually writing reviews, but you can at least see what books I've read and stuff like that. I do want to start always writing reviews and everything. I actually finished a book yesterday. Wait, let me add that. And I started a new book today. I'm reading some like spooky books for October. And the book I started reading today was called Tender is the Flesh. And it started off, I'm already quite intrigued. I'm quite intrigued, I'll say. What was I about to, oh yeah. And then I just finished I Who Have Never Known, oh, no, I don't want to search my books. I Who Have Never Known Men. That's the title of the book. Dystopian, very good. Definitely spooky vibes. Definitely left very open-ended, which is hard for me. Because sometimes I just need answers. I need answers. I need it! Sophie's World is Life-Changing. I have that book. I haven't read it yet. But I do have that book. And yeah, I got it because I heard that it was like a good intro to philosophy, which I actually have. I like took a philosophy class when I was in college. That was my favorite class I took. Definitely super interesting. Honestly, I worked with a few accountants and they were all pushing through it. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I went, like, at my school, like, the accounting program was really good, so I had, like, a lot of friends who were accountants, and, yeah, I don't know, it's just, like, so arbitrary. At least finance, I feel like, kind of makes a little bit of sense. Accounting is just, like, this feels so fake and made up. Like, I don't know. Like, why are you talking about debits and credits? Fuck out my face. Did you have to do router configuration? No. Very, very good. If you like philosophy at all, I do like philosophy at all. Yep. But yeah, no, I wasn't like doing CS or any hardware or engineering. I did information systems. So it was a lot about companies. It's the business side of tech, okay? So it's a lot about companies. These companies are essentially, we did so many case studies, how they got started, how they evolved to be what they are today. I always describe information systems as the business side of technology. To me, much more interesting. I thought about getting like a CS degree and whatnot and maybe getting more into the technical side of it. However, I found that stuff to be quite boring. I do have like basic foundational technical knowledge in that stuff, but I don't know. I honestly thought that what I was talking, like the companies and like social media and the internet and how it evolved to be what it is today, like that was my cup of tea. I thought all that stuff was very interesting. Yes. Okay, so that's why we obviously had different majors. Like, I don't know what else. Like, I didn't do information science, okay? That's not what I did. That's a whole different degree. And I would not work into IT. That's not what I did. I did information systems, which was in the business school. And it is how businesses leverage tech and how businesses utilize tech. So think of it as front end. I'm not an IT person. I don't do tech, like, I don't know. It wasn't, they call it something different there. Yeah, well, like, we had an information science. We had a whole information sciences college and stuff, so I think they had, like, specific degrees you get there, but, like, that's, like, a whole different thing of what I did. Bruh, how a random reading stream and talking about a lot of the most important matters of our time I follow. Thank you. No, I love talking about this kind of stuff. How do I put in a ticket? Sorry, I'm like, y'all have seen me try to do tech troubleshooting. I be raging. I'm like getting PTSD. But yeah, no, I'm not like the super technical side. Ours was like, oh, here, this was the creation of the internet. Oh, this is how the internet started off. Like, lots of blogs. Like, you know, these were the main companies then. Okay, then this stuff is happening. Now it's evolving into this new thing. Okay, now you kind of get, like, social media popping out on the stage. We're getting MySpace, and then, like, it all blows up with Facebook really popping out. You're getting Instagram, and then obviously now businesses are, like, kind of coming on here, but we're studying, like, social media and how that's using, and then, I don't know. Personally, I feel like all this stuff is very interesting. And then obviously we're studying, like, oh, big data, Cambridge Analytica, if you know, you know, BuzzFeed quizzes and how those were actually data collections run by Cambridge Analytica and, like, everything like that. Like, to me, I liked information systems because it was still, like, about the internet, but it was, like, much more practical. It was about stuff that, like, it was about the side of the internet that you and I interact with. We're learning about memes and shit, and I'm like, but, like, also the way that has an impact on, like, the actual world and, like, actually businesses and, like, all of these things. Like, to me, all that stuff, very interesting. Yeah, this is all surface level tech. Okay, dude, okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna give you time out just because I feel like you are kind of acting like you're way better than me because you're technical, and this is why no one likes engineers. Sorry, just kidding. Kind of. But I had a different degree than you, okay? I didn't have a surface level degree and you have a deep degree. But anyway, sorry, he was just annoying me. Hashtag our only rule in chat is good vibes only, okay? If you're coming in here acting like you're better than everyone or whatever it is, I don't really vibe with that type of energy. Anyways, there's just a timeout, not a ban. Come back in like 10 minutes. But anywho. I majored in MIS, so I had a lot of accounting students in my classes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I feel because, like, in the business school, it's like you had to take, like, certain business gen eds and stuff, so that's why I had to take accounting and, like, other things. Not to be dramatic, but I would rather get run over by a car 13 times and burnt alive than to take another accounting class. Bro, same. We have the same degree. Honestly, I do feel like a lot of, like, my community has, like, a little bit of a background in tech because I feel like we do talk about tech a lot on stream, so I guess it makes sense that we would attract that. But I love talking about tech. It's so fun, so interesting. Information systems, data science classes were fun for me. Did you take those? Love Excel. Yes. I was gonna say, I was like, low-key, a lot of people who get information degrees, like, kind of go on to work in data analytics and stuff like that. And so, yeah, we had, like, a lot of, like, data analytics type courses. Like, I had to learn how to code, like, in, like, what is it? I don't even remember because I hated it so much. SQL? Which is literally, like, a whole coding language for fucking data analytics. So, like, and also, like, I do be whipping it up in Excel. I like, I will say, I feel like any business student basically got a minor in Excel from, like, how much our classes utilize Excel. Yeah, those are the 3 languages I did: SQL, R, and Python. I for sure had, like, the most experience with Python. But I always describe it because, like, I wasn't a CS major, right? So I always kind of describe it as, like, I can understand code, and, like, that's why also, like, it was kind of good. Because basically, like, a lot of people that have my major, like, they're kind of the liaisons between, like, the tech people and the business people. So, like, you can very much work jobs where, like, you're managing in, like, coders, and you can, like, understand code. Like, I can read code and I can understand code, but I'm not a coder, right? Like, if you gave me a task and asked me to write code and completely create it, I'm like, oh, I would for sure struggle with that a lot more. So I feel like I can interpret code and I can understand code, but not great at writing code, if that makes sense. R was, like, my least favorite one, and I'm probably the worst at, and then Python I had, like, the most, I was, like, utilizing that the most in my classes. Yeah, I am crocheting. Oh, yeah, engineers make stuff, but they usually come with problems. Yeah, that's why they have the people like me who are, like, in between the engineers and the business people, because engineers and business people don't always get along well. I worked with some account sales team traumatized by the exams they need to take. Oh my god, the CPA. SQL Workbench, very handy. Oh god, no. Is SQL a language? I thought it was only for storing stuff in databases. Yes. Like, technically it's a language, but, like, it's, like, it was created for data analytics. So, like, you're not, like, building websites or anything. Like, you are utilizing it for databases and stuff like that. So that's why I'm like, I wouldn't say it's as, like, it's for sure, like, niche. It's, like, a more nichely used language. To me, it was, like, kind of dumb. I didn't really like it. I thought Python for sure seemed like the most applicable and everything. Like SQL, that was just like one class, and it was like kind of our data analytics class, so. Yep, standard query language. Blech. SQL is neat. I'm just saying, like, it's not used for like a ton of different things. It's kind of used for like one thing, like data analytics, databases, that type of shiz. Gathering data a little bit. C++ is a monster. Oh yeah, well, because I was gonna get like a CS minor for a little bit, and then yeah, we like dabbled in some C++ and everything, and I was like, no thank you. I'm actually good on that. I actually don't really like coding, and personally sometimes I find the technical stuff a little bit boring. Like I'm like, I want to talk about the real stuff that I like actually see and interact with on a regular basis. Obviously none of that stuff would exist without the technical people, so we need you technical folks. We do need you. It's just personally not my cup of tea as much. I'm like, I don't know if I was like built to just be like staring at code on a computer screen all day, you know. Did you have to take a lot of Java classes? Because I'm in the exact same major as you, and they're making me take more Java classes than Python. Oh, no, I don't think I mean, we did like learn about like all the basic languages, but I never like had to like actually code in Java. Like we learned about Java, but it wasn't like I never had like a whole class dedicated to it. But maybe it's like more relevant now. Obviously tech changes hella fast, so maybe like Java is used more now than Python. I never had to use Python in the real world. I never had to use any coding in the real world, so. Oh no, Kat. What did you end up pivoting to instead? What do you mean? I majored in information systems, and then I worked in cybersecurity. Now I am content creator. And now I'm crocheting and yapping. I'm actually on the clock right now. I don't know if you guys know this. Like I'm actually at work right now. I'm just kidding. But I will say, I feel like that is one thing I love talking about. Like, I feel like one thing I love with streaming and everything is I get to like talk with so many interesting people, and like, I don't know, I do feel like I kind of try to educate people on a very basic level a little bit more about tech, because I feel like my major was like, it just presented tech in a way that was like so very easy to understand. Like I feel like computer science people and engineers, like I fear that the average person cannot really, like when they try to explain tech, it was kind of like that guy we just had in chat, you know, it's kind of like they're getting way too technical in the nitty gritty, and the average person isn't always going to be able to, you know, get to that level. Which is why I do feel like I like my majors. I feel like it kind of presents these topics in a way that we can like all understand them with references that we can all like see and think of. But of course, like we do be getting some more technical people in chat, and sometimes I'm just like, oh, I like that's a different, you know, you're in the back end, I'm in the front end of like how this is all working, and like obviously the back end stuff is important, but you know, it's just like not really what the average person can like see. If a creator were to get started today, what media type would you recommend? I think that 1000% depends on the creator and the type of content that they want to make. You know, it's kind of like asking, if a kid were to get a job today, what would you recommend? You know, it's the same kind of thing where it's like, there's so many different kinds of things you want to do. It's so dependent on your skill set, who you are as a person, what you actually enjoy doing, what type of content you want to make, what's your bigger goal, all of those things. And then you should kind of create a unique plan for you that takes all of that stuff into account. So content / branding is something you know a lot about through your work, I imagine. I mean, yes, a little bit now. Like I always say, like, I don't think I would be as successful as a content creator if I didn't have like my business background that I did. So for sure, I feel like I've utilized that, but I've also learned a lot along the way. Like I do feel like a lot of social media is kind of like learning as you go and whatnot. It's pretty flexible, which I like. You're far more informed than I assume most creators to be. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, I have a PhD and master's in computer engineering and machine learning. I have 12 published papers and fluent in 8 programming languages. This is all very basic stuff. Now say I'm the smartest because I just proved it. Oh my god. Average CS person, I fear. Education is not IQ. For sure. I do think that education absolutely gives you some good skill sets to have, though, that can help you, like, I'm sorry, I'm pro-education. I know this is like such a hot take nowadays, but like I am pro-education. I would not be where I am without education. I think education, when done right, okay, I can recognize that the school system can be a little shitty, okay? There are for sure are shitty teachers and there are shitty schools, absolutely. But overall, the school, if done right, can like help you learn and grow and be better in so many ways. So many ways. And I do get sad with the way that people devalue education nowadays. I grew up during the, what was that aesthetic called? Okay, where's my fellow, like, I don't know, people that are in my age range, I guess, where it's like, you know, like when we were kids, and it was like a specifically an aesthetic that was like made, oh god, there's a name for it though. It's like utopian learning, something like that. Learning aesthetic. Oh, utopian scholastic is the aesthetic. Hold up. It was like, oh my god, wait. It's like this shit, bro, where you like open up the textbook and you're just like fully being like, this is what learning is. Like, yeah. Like, let's see, is this guy gonna talk about utopian scholastic? But it's very much where it's like, learning is an adventure. Learning is cool. Learning like this, and I feel like I was eating that shit up when I was a kid. Like, you walk into school and it's literally like you're seeing dinosaurs and shit. Like, yeah. Like, yeah, I still feel like I think of learning like this a little bit, and nowadays I feel like people think of learning in school and they just think of a prison. What's popping in their head? A prison. Which, I don't know, it's like, okay, I want to not blame them, you know? But personally, I just had such a great time in school. Like, I never felt like that. Like, I literally was like, this shit is an adventure. Like, whoa, 1 + 1 is 2. Like, just kidding. But like, I don't know, I feel like when I was a kid though, like, learning was fun. It was exciting and it was cool. And like, now you got these Gen Alphas. I just asked ChatGPT. Like, bro, come on the adventure, the learning adventure. My sister's raising her baby without screens, and I'm worried he's gonna be seen as a prude who talks like he's out of black and white films. Honestly, that's a crazy worry, and I think that she's doing the right thing raising her baby without a screen. For sure. I'm for sure gonna be doing my kids no screen. Ideally though, like, I would do my kids no internet, but I feel like it depends on the school and everything. Like at least when they're young, you know. Once they go off to school, it's like, fuck, you can't really do much, you know. Someone at school is gonna show them something crazy. But at least when they're young, I do think no screens, no internet, like, before they're going to school for sure is what I think. I don't know. Obviously, that's very hard, and I recognize that obviously most parents work and everything, and children are a lot of work. For show. Utopian scholastic, yes. I'm also pro-education. Have you seen the video where a girl with PhD was crushed an IQ test by a Marine with almost no education? No. But, you know, those types of videos, like, that's not representative. Like, that guy is not representative of the average Marine. That girl is not representative of the average PhD haver. I just think that those types of videos are kind of, you know, that those types of videos help promote anti-intellectualism. You know, like, blue-collar worker trolls on dumb blue-haired liberal college student, or I shouldn't even say trolls, owns Rex. Like, I do fear those types of videos are contributing to the anti-intellectualism thing, but I will agree, you know, there are people who don't have a lot of education that are very smart, very intelligent. And there are also people who maybe have a lot of education but aren't necessarily super smart. I will say though, like, I do think to get to a certain level of education, I do think requires something that the average person doesn't have. And if it's not intellect, it could just be hard work, okay? I feel like we can all think of someone in school who maybe wasn't that smart, but they got good grades because they put the work in. Like, they'd be studying, they'd be doing XYZ, and like that's to me, that's what I like about school. Is for sure you can excel in school off of like maybe more natural talents that you have, but you can also succeed through working hard. And ideally, like, the smart people are gonna usually burn out pretty early and may not even get that far in life. Like, the people that get the farthest are the hard workers, are the people that have diligence and determination. And that isn't always the smartest people, you know? That is the reality of the situation. And I think that that's one thing that is good about school, personally, is that, like, yeah, I don't know. I do think that you can kind of find different ways to be successful. And obviously I wish that there were more ways than we even had, because there's so many different ways that kids learn, right? And there's so many different ways to be successful in life, and sometimes school doesn't always recognize all those ways, but I do think it can, like, recognize, you know, like, I don't know. I feel like I saw a lot of people who weren't naturally smart but were able to do very well for themselves in school because they just put a little bit more effort in. Die Baccarat, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate that. Thank you. Wait, damn, you just messed up. That guy took 10 minutes to type that. Oh, I didn't even see what he said. Oh, I guess I'll never know. And I guess I'll never know. Thank you. Someone who demolished his Mensa test. IQ is at best a very small slice. Well, there's so many studies that have, like, debunked IQ stuff. Like, I don't think anyone's actually buying into IQ stuff. Okay. Bro, these conversations are much more than I ever expected. Looking forward to it. Thank you. But... But did you just say I look like a stupid, dumb idiot? Is that what you just said? Just kidding. That's what my brain always tells me, though. Whenever someone's like, oh my gosh, you're smarter than I expected. So you think I look like a dumb, stupid idiot, is what you're saying. So you think I just have dumb idiot written on my forehead. Is that what you're saying? No, I'm just kidding. I know they always mean well. And it's just obviously, like, I do be e-girling. So I can't blame you. I didn't say that. I wasn't even responding to your message. Oh my. Education is not IQ, but it helps. Don't let the political propaganda fool you. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, education, when done right, absolutely helps you acquire more knowledge that you didn't have before, and learn to critically think about things, and, like, gives you a really good foundation to start life. Like, that is truly what I think. But obviously, like, education's also hella underfunded and stuff, and there's a lot of school systems that aren't great, so we gotta recognize the nuance. But I gotta say, sometimes I do be getting a little annoyed with the anti-education takes, because I just think education, like, I just don't feel like education can ever harm you outside of, like, debt or whatever. But, or, you know, just a small little price tag. But, you know, let's just, outside of that, like, actually, like, the actual experience of like, going to school, like, I don't feel like that can, like, it just gives you more options. It just is, like, showing you more things. And even when you have a shitty teacher, or, like, a shitty, like, hopefully by your time you're, like, going more advanced and you're interacting with more advanced, like, topics and stuff, you know, that you can also have the skill set to really analyze and interpret information on your own. But, like, I don't know, I guess it's just, like, I don't really view it as something that can really hurt you. Unless we bring in money and then talk about the financial cost of college, which I will say I do think is ridiculous, for sure. But yeah, you know, most people that, you know, improve their socioeconomic status from their parents, most people do that through education. And, you know, I myself am one of those people. Like, if you grew up in poverty with not a lot of resources, I think that education is your best bet to give yourself a better life circumstance. However, it's not guaranteed. But yeah, if you're like someone that's rich as fuck, your family's, your mom and dad are CEO billionaires and they already know like a million other CEO billion, like, yeah, you don't need to go to college. You probably don't need to go to college. But I do think that the average person, but right now the job market's fucked. So like that's the thing that's like that is very fucked right now. Is the job market's fucked. Companies are on a hiring freeze. Everything's kind of to shit right now. But you know, that's a whole thing. Whole other thing. And I will say I do think that, you know, not everyone needs to go to school to be successful. I just think that, I don't know. I feel like I just gained so much from school. It's hard for me not to be like dick ride in college a little bit, you know. I would not be who I am as a person without my education. I have a degree and I don't make even a penny more for it. Yeah, but I think that the value of education also comes from like what you learn. And like, yes, obviously people also get an education in hopes to make more money, but that's one thing. That's why I'm like, okay, if I just like casually got like a couple hundreds of thousands of dollars or like, you know, maybe like $1 million, just, you know, like if I just like happened into that, you know. But like I would love to go back to school for fun. Because when I went to school, I for sure was like, oh, like, I'm going to school to study this degree that is going to get me a good job is so I can make money. That was like, that's most people's mindset going to college, which makes sense, logically. That's kind of also what you're told it's for. But I would love to go back to school with like, I just want to go to learn. I want to sign up for classes that interest me. I want to be not afraid to get bad grades and think that I'm like a terrible human being for doing so. Like, low-key, that's how I felt. You know, like I want to go to school genuinely just to learn and like follow my heart and like learn about topics that interest me. So yeah, if I ever just like got rich as fuck randomly, I would honestly just go back to school for some funsies. And then I could make really interesting videos for you guys. I would love to do that. Paid for a degree only to teach myself. Oh. See, yeah, it makes me sad when students hear that. Like, I feel like if your school is good, like, you should not feel that way. Because I'm very lucky that I did not ever feel like I was just teaching myself. I was always, like, you know, if I had to, I would go to office hours. Like, I felt like all my professors were really good and really knowledgeable. Even when I hated them, I had to recognize that they were knowledgeable. Like, all my professors also had, like, real-world job experience in the subject in which they taught. You know, like, my accounting teachers were accountants. My law teachers were lawyers. All of these things, and I feel like that added a level to their expertise, you know, which I really appreciated, because they would talk about, like, the actual applicability of what they were teaching. Yeah, but obviously, like, not every school is equal, right? Like, schools don't have access to the same resources, they don't have the same professors, and I do think that's why, you know, it is worth it to go to a school that is reputable for your major. I don't think I really considered this as much. Like, I just thought, like, oh, as long as it's a good school, then it's a good school. But, like, that's not true. Like, programs within schools can have a big difference. Like at my school, it was like the engineering school and the business school were like the big schools, and then like I had some gen eds that were like in the English college, and like the buildings were so much more run down. Like you could just tell the school invested in the other like colleges way less than the engineering and business colleges. So yeah, I do think that like you gotta look into specifically the program that you're trying to get into, and like I just feel like I lucked out and I got really lucky in this aspect, because I mean, I don't know, I was like 18 when you don't really, like, I don't know, I feel like I was like most people, I didn't really know much about how universities worked when I was like a freaking high school student applying and whatnot. I miss chilling with my classmates. Yeah, college was fun too. It's construed by bad. No, you're good. I feel like I always just like use that example because, you know, obviously I'm a streamer, like people say way worse things than in accidentally, you know, but I'm like, whenever you compliment someone, I feel like if you ever tell them, oh, you're actually smarter than I thought, or oh, you're actually like nicer than you thought, because like that's something people used to always say to me the most, was like that I was nicer than they thought, like when I was a kid especially, and like middle school age, I would say. And, like, that used to be something that would, like, actually, like, kind of upset me. And, like, I knew that they meant it as a compliment. But, like, I would always be like, oh, my gosh, like, people think I'm mean. Like, people think I'm mean. And so I feel like that format of compliment can be, like, really easily misinterpreted by the person you're trying to compliment, you know? So yeah, but I don't know, I'm like, maybe that's like a little bit of my tism brain or something like that. But I feel like I've talked to other people who have like said that they felt the same way about those types of compliments. I just think education needs a shift in the way of teaching. In the past, we didn't have Google and ChatGPT to give us easy information. So now, here is info, copy it down. Classes are boring AF. Education needs to be more practical minded, I think. Yeah, at least that's how I feel like my education, I felt like, was very practical. It was very much like, okay, you have these tools that you use. Like, here's how to actually use them. Here's how to actually utilize Google when you're trying to use things. Make sure that you're using good sources. Like, what's the first, like, all the different kinds of sources, how to know what to trust. Like, all of those different things. That's how I feel like I was taught. It's like, okay, yes, like, we have Google, but, like, what does a website mean when it's, like, .com, .net, .gov, like, blah, blah, blah. Like, I feel like that was such a big part of my education. And sometimes I'm like, do they still have that? Like, do they still do that nowadays, like, in school? Because sometimes I feel like especially when I'm talking to, like, younger people, I'm like, I don't feel like they teach that anymore sometimes. Like, I don't know. I felt tragic when I went to visit my friend at Oxford, and I wasn't even allowed in their library. Damn, they strict with it. Oh my gosh, Oxford would be really cool. Yeah, I bet you their campus. I feel like I always see their campus in, like, movies and stuff. Like, Oxford is kind of #iconic. I gotta give them their props. If your education hasn't benefited you economically, that means you are subpar in your field. Interesting take. I guess it might depend. Life circumstances happen and everything. And you know what? At the end of the day, college is very expensive. I can't blame people who are upset when they feel like they didn't get all the benefits they told they were going to get from a college degree. And yeah, I feel like, yes, if you are working for a while, your education hopefully should benefit you and, like, everything like that. But right now, there's, like, places that are not even hiring. So there's people, like, college grads just be struggling right now. So I feel like that's true, like, maybe if you have experience and stuff like that. But sometimes I feel like the hardest thing is getting your foot in the door. Because I feel like for most people, it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I guess I'll speak about my own experience. At least for me, when it comes to, like, jobs, internships, meeting new people, whatever it is, like, the hardest thing for me is always, like, getting my foot in the door, because especially with jobs and stuff, like, my family I didn't grow up well off. My family didn't have any types of connections, and sometimes I didn't even, like, know about things. Like, sometimes my peers would just know about things that I just didn't know about. Like, I didn't know what the big four were. I didn't know what consulting was, and, like, all these things that I feel like people that, like, are raised more middle class or whatever, like, they'll just know these types of things. And yeah, so I don't know. I guess it depends. You have autism. I took an autism test once upon a time, and it said I had a touch of the tism. Just a little bit. Not debilitating, but makes sense then when I thought about my life. And then whenever I watch, like, videos that are like autism in women, how autism presents differently in women, I'm like, oh, why does that feel so familiar? My biggest ones, when I took the test, my, like, biggest ones were, like, social things and sensory issues. Sensory things make so much sense when I was a kid. Like, when I was a kid, there were so many things. Like, I used to go to school with Orbeez in my pocket so I could, like, touch them. And then my parents would get really mad at me because they would dry up in my pockets and, like, fuck up the washing machine, I guess. I used to also, which this is still kind of true, I hate wearing pants, especially denim. I hate wearing denim. It looks good, for sure. It's just so uncomfortable. That's why I love wearing skirts and dresses. So flowy, so comfy. And when I was a kid, I went through a phase where I would only wear dresses because I, like, hated the feeling of pants. Another thing is I'm always wearing socks. Always, always, always. I hate having my feet out, okay? I always wear socks. I don't care how hot it is. I always will be wearing socks. I love walking around on my tippy toes, which I guess is a symptom. I never knew that. One of us. Yeah. But then, yeah, the other one was, like, social stuff. I was out here being like, oh yeah, like, I'm just a straight up person. Like, oh, like, I'm just straight up. Like, so many people, like, they be playing these games and conversations. Like, I don't get, like, I'm just a straight up person. Oh, that's a symptom of a little bit of autism. Like, oh, I thought I was just a straight up person. I didn't know I was just fully not recognizing social cues or whatever. And then it just made so many things click once I started to be like, okay, maybe I have a touch of the autism. It made so many things click of, like, times in conversations with people or something where, like, they think I'm being rude. I'm like, oh, I did not mean that as a rude thing whatsoever, or blah, blah, blah. Like, I just, like, I've had instances like that, which I guess is, like, a very common, like, autistic experience and stuff like that. So I do feel like there's like once I started to like entertain this idea a little bit more, I'm like, huh, it makes sense. But it's not debilitating. I don't have like an actual diagnosis. I just like took an online test and watched a ton of videos and felt like it made me relate. And honestly, it did help me a lot, because I feel like it kind of like helped me accept parts of myself that I felt like that something was wrong. Like, I don't know, like I felt like I had to improve that, or that was something wrong with me that I had to change. Like, I feel like it helped me be a little bit more accepting about these things with myself. And like, obviously when I'm watching videos of like other people and talking about their experiences and they talk about what works for them and stuff, I think that for me the social stuff is like the hardest, because yeah, like it's just like, I don't know, like I just feel like sometimes people interpret what I'm saying as like mean, or like I just feel like a lot of the things that I say or do will get misinterpreted sometimes, and I feel like that's just been like a lifelong frustration of mine. And yeah, I feel like I'm very lucky now, like the friends I've had for a long time, and so they usually know, you know, that I like, I don't know, like I feel like they know, but when I'm making friends and stuff, like I don't know, sometimes it's a little hard. If unsure if I have autism, do I have autism? I don't know. You can like take the little test or something, but obviously like if you feel like it's bad, you should like go get an actual diagnosis. But I think doing a little bit of research and everything is like good, and it's like also, I don't know, it might help you understand yourself in a way that you haven't before. No dogs out? Unlucky. No, I don't. I like having, my feet are always away. They're always away. Skirts must be great for the airflow, but for men, it's a bit frowned upon. Fair enough. Y'all are missing out. I mean, the first dresses, or the first, like, skirts and stuff, like, men used to wear skirts and heels. Alright? Kings and nobility, those motherfuckers were prancing around full beat face, okay? They got their little skirt and heels on. They got their full wig on. Like, that used to be for men only, actually, okay? Yeah, kilts. And when you think about it, it's like, you would think that, like, skirts for men make sense when you think about what's down there. You know what I mean? It's like, wouldn't you want that to be have a little freedom? Doesn't it feel a little cramped in pants? Like, I feel a little cramped in pants, and I ain't got a whole shebang, you know? So it, like, makes sense that men used to wear a lot of skirts and stuff like that, because, I don't know. And I don't know if I feel this way. Like if I think that jeans are hella uncomfortable, like, how are y'all even wearing that shit? Like, I don't know. Oh, thank you for the 100 bits. Crazy how the very first sin was a woman who ate. It's a woman who ate. I'm just thinking that TikTok sound. I hate jeans. I hate jeans too, but like they go with everything. They go with everything. Like I did a drive to and back from San Diego. Both times, multiple of my friends were wearing jeans for like a long drive. I'm like, jeans on a long drive? Or like when I see people wearing jeans to the airport, jeans on a plane. Cause like to me, jeans are the most uncomfortable when you're sitting, you know? So I'm like, why are you wearing jeans to a sitting activity? That just seems crazy. That seems crazy. But then people are like, they're so comfortable. I'm like, I'm sorry, but like the most comfortable jeans in the world are never gonna be more comfortable than like sweatpants or leggings or what, you know, like if I'm just sitting in the car, like I'm driving somewhere, like I will look like a hobo. But if I want to be cute, I'll wear a dress or a skirt. But that's why it makes the in-between situation so hard for me. When it's like, okay, I can't really wear a dress or a skirt because that's the too dressed up. But then like leggings or sweatpants is too dressed down. Fuck. I'm gonna have to wear jeans, aren't I? That's like most situations, I feel like. They do look good, just only wearing them. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I feel like jeans do look good. I just like hate wearing them, so I don't very often. Like when there's streamers that wear jeans on stream, I'm like, you're crazy. You're crazy. As a newbie, do you have a regular time slot? No. I should though. I should. Okay, normally I go live between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. Sometimes it's later though, and sometimes it's earlier. It usually will depend on what I'm doing. When I do like my co-working focus with me streams, I do try to do those early when people are still working, you know, so we're like co-working together, versus if we're like gaming or doing like a gremlin stream, I usually do that in the night. I would say I normally stream in the evening times, but I've been doing more nighttime streams because we've been gaming and stuff. So I should I for sure should be more consistent and like actually have a schedule and stuff. I just like summer just ended. I usually like travel a lot more during summer and stuff, so I feel like that was also kind of fucking with my schedule a bit. But which times are we talking? I am in LA, so Pacific Standard Time. And that's what makes it hard is like I wish I could be streaming earlier because I'm in the latest time zone. So like if it were up to me, I would be going live like 12 p.m., 1 p.m. Unfortunately, my brain does not even feel fully conscious until like 11 a.m. So by the time I've eaten breakfast, showered, done my morning reading and journaling and yoga and all that shiz, it's like I don't usually go live until it's like 2 p.m.-ish. So for sure, I would love to be more consistent and better and actually have a schedule for you guys. And chances are that won't happen till after TwitchCon. But if we do a spooky-thon, I'll just be live all the time. So then you should just always come and hang out with me. So we might be doing a spooky-thon after TwitchCon. Alrighty. Wait, you're in LA now? I am in LA. I moved to LA in like February. Hi Star. Hello. Teehee. Yeah, no, Claire was inspiring me, and also I feel like I just haven't, I don't know, there's like so many scary games I want to play. I have so many costumes that I got for spooky season, so I felt like a little spookathon would be really good for like, you know, we could have goals for cosplays, costumes, scary games, all these, so many activities. I'll have to ask Claire for some inspo. It'll be perfect because she can, maybe I'll like brainstorm a little bit at TwitchCon when we're together. It would be really nice to have that happen. Yay! Yeah, I'm like, I would just need like probably like a day or two after TwitchCon to recover and like set everything up. But I already asked if any of my friends would want to join me for some pumpkin carving as one of the goals potentially, and they said yeah. So I haven't done a subathon or anything like that in years. So if I do that, please come, guys. I don't want to be like, one of those, like, who was it on FaZe that did like a subathon this past September and like it was over in like 15 minutes and they were like having a mental breakdown because like no one subbed to them. I don't know why, like to me that feels like one of the scariest things that can happen as like a streamer, besides like my boob falling out on stream or something. Because I've literally had nightmares about that before. I'm not even joking. Multiple times in my life, I have had a nightmare that like my whole boob just fell out on stream and then I was banned and then like I wasn't ever able to be a streamer again. Like, I probably had that exact nightmare like, I don't even know, like 5-6 times. If you play Marbies and Scrandle, I'm in. Wait, what is that? Marbles? I saw Claire was playing that a lot. Is that fun? Is that fun? I feel like I've done it for like giveaways and stuff, but I've never like actually played it as a game. I mean, if we do a spookathon, we're gonna have so much time. So much time for activities. Where should I stay in LA? I think I'll be there 2 or 3 nights after TwitchCon. I almost booked near Skid Row, but I'll probably just want to chillax. I was gonna say, it depends on what you want to do. Like, if you want to be near clubs and restaurants, like, you know, honestly though, I'm like not an LA city native like that. I don't know, you might be better off. It depends on price, I imagine. Do you want to be close to the beach? Honestly though, yeah, I'm probably not a good person to ask. I don't really leave my apartment often enough to know all the different areas. LA's so big, dude. Came back from ads, so I was gonna sub, so I didn't get any more. But hearing the conversation I returned to, it feels creepy to sub now. Oh, wait, what? We're talking about LA. How is it creepy? Don't worry. No creepy vibes. Maybe. What do I like most about LA? Food. Oh, sorry, bot doesn't know context. Unstable. Sorry. You said something about my boob falling out that I was starting. Oh, that is what we were talking about. My bad. Sorry, bot doesn't know context. Hollywood got the best clubs. You think so? I don't know. I guess I'm kind of grandma. I don't always club. Honestly, I feel like I do go out the most in K-Town. That's because I do feel like a lot of streamers are Korean, and I feel like, yeah, whenever I go out with like other streamers, they always are going out in K-Town. So, which I love K-Town. Great karaoke places, but yeah, I would for sure say the best thing about LA is the food. I think LA has the best food of any city I've ever been to. The Mexican food, the Asian food, great. The food is just a little pricey. I've talked about that here. I definitely noticed that it's more expensive than when I was like eating out in other places, but they gotta pay for their LA rent somehow, you know? LA Made You Crazy is a song I saw on my esports streams. Oh, I've never heard about that. Unstable, thank you for the sub with Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you for the not creepy sub. Welcome to the Mage Academy, where we foster a love of learning and curiosity around here. Wait, where we foster a love of learning and a culture of curiosity. Wait, I like that. Our new motto was just acquired. Gotta go for 10 minutes to get food. Don't scrandle without me. Scrandle. What is scrandle? Should I be knowing what this is? Am I boomer? Don't know if I'll go to Universal in LA. Universal's pretty good. I would recommend it over like Six Flags or Disney, but don't let my friends hear me saying that, because they will go to crazy on me for that, because they love Disney. I found out that my friends got like season passes and shit. I'm like, what? They're like, you should get one. I was like, or maybe that's for Six Flags. I don't know. My friends are, I think they have season passes for both. I was like, I don't know if I like Disney enough to get a season pass. Aren't they so expensive? Are we cosplaying as the Winterhold College? Oh my gosh, wait. That's so valid. Horror Nights is best. Yeah, and Universal just did this thing called FanFest. If you haven't heard about it, bro, it's like, what if Horror Nights was on some nerd shit? It was literally just like nerd shit. They're like, nerds, come over here and give me your money. I said, I'm right here. But it was like, so like, it had basically like different themed areas where they were like a bunch of different anime. So they had like One Piece, they had Jujutsu Kaisen, and then they also had like a D&D area, which is what I went for because I love Dungeons and Dragons, and that was really cool. And they made so much money from it that they did it again this year. They did it like twice in a pretty short time frame. I don't know if when they're planning on doing it next, but yeah, it's called Universal Fan Fest. I highly recommend looking it up, and if you ever want to, you know, if you're ever down for that, I think it was very, very fun when I went. I am biggest nerd. I do be nerdging. I do be nerdging it out here. Love the fit/hair today. Hades 2 is fire, by the way, if you're looking for a new game too. Oh, thanks. And thank you. I'm trying to do Halloween vibe outfits every day this month. Or maybe not every day. Unfortunately, I don't have enough dark colors for that. But I can do it, hopefully most days at least. It was first stream since I was out of town. My coworker is going to FanFest. Oh my gosh, well I hope they have so much fun, because it was really fun when I went, and it was so cool. They even had like specific themed like drinks at some of the restaurants and stuff like that. And like, I obviously do love anime and stuff too, but like not as much as D&D. I also went there with like one of my D&D friends, so they were visiting from Chicago for the FanFest specifically. And I was like, oh my gosh, wait, I have to come with you. Sounds like so much fun. Also, how do you guys, part of my bag, I'm trying to make a little bag. So, I want it to be big enough to hold like a notebook or a journal. So coming along, I think. Oh, I just realized that I haven't really eaten. My tummy is grumbling. Did we decide if I should DoorDash tonight? I fear my friends, I don't know if they're not into Valheim as much, but it seems like they've been busy lately. So now I'm like, okay, do we continue to play Valheim solo? Do I wait till maybe they're not busy / interest is reinvigorated? Kind of works out if we want to play some scary games, but I was so into Valheim, bruh. I do want to continue playing it at some point. But I feel like if we played solo, I fear I would end up doing a lot of building and stuff like that. So probably should wait to play again with friends for some fun adventures, and plus it's just way more fun with friends. Your Valheim playthrough is like ASMR entertaining at the same time. When I'm playing solo, I guess I do be like hella locked in building sometimes. Have I ever done reactions to the biggest videos of the year? I don't think so. What do you mean biggest? Like, most viewed on YouTube or something? Alright, Little Nightmares 3 just dropped. Yes! No, that's like on my scary games list, for sure. I loved the first 2 Little Nightmares. Isn't it annoying when your friends are not as addicted as you are to some game? That's happened to me in D&D and other games. Yeah, I mean, like, we've just been going back and forth, and it's been hard because, like, both of us be, like, going on trips. Like, they're gonna be out of town this weekend and stuff like that. So it's just been a little hard to coordinate with our schedule. And then, you know, when you're, like, hella into a game, but then you just, like, go a long time without playing it? I feel like that's kind of what's been happening. So I think we just need to wait for both of our schedules to chill out a little bit more. But yeah, I had so much fun with playing Valheim with them and everything. So I think I'll just wait to continue playing until they are able to again. I mean, the 1,000-player civilization is one of the biggest things of all time, but no worries if it's in your wheelhouse. Wait, the Minecraft one? Are you talking about like the Minecraft 1,000-player civilization? I would watch that. I've like heard about it. It sounds very interesting, and I guess I should be up to date on what the kids nowadays be talking about. You know? Maybe if we what was I about to say? We could play some Roblox. I was getting into some Dress to Impress for a little bit there. What them kids nowadays be up to? I don't even know. These youngins. They're always talking about some 6'7", 6'7". How about... I don't even know where I was going with that one. Unsure. They're always talking about some 6'7". I just got up to date on the skibbity toilet, bro. No, not Dress to Impress, please. What you gotta get Dress to Impress? NPC Kaylee with Western accent. If you're a boomer, does that make me antiquity? Shit, it might make you some dust. I'm just kidding. Oh shit. Okay, Halloween lo-fi. Oh, I'm vibing. Roblox was on Take a Seat with what is that? Who's Chris Hansen? What is Take a Seat? Do I want to know? Where's my rocking chair? It's actually coming in the mail. You know, my grandson, he's gonna be bringing it over here soon. You know, with these joints, I can't really be setting up furniture no more. But luckily, I got me about 73 grandkids, so, you know, I like to put them to work. They got those young muscle of theirs. I'm just helping strengthen them up. Sounds like something you'd see in the Fridays movie with Ice Cube. What? Oh, the Friday movie. Are you talking about... I don't know if I'm picking up what you're putting down. Is this the Minecraft one? Oh god, ads. Teehee. Oh my gosh, we can save this for when we have a YouTube night. 2.5 hours. 25 million views in 2 months? First of all, how do I sign up for this? Where can I join a 1,000 player Minecraft Civilization game? Let me in! It's like 300 minutes to be fair, but it's fucking content. No, it seems like it's super long. Hey, well, if we do Spookathon, maybe I can, like, crochet a little ghost plushie or something and we can, like, watch it. I was forced to play Dress to Impress once and I did not like the soundtrack. Well, to be fair, I don't think anyone's playing Dress to Impress for the soundtrack. To be fair, I don't even think I listened to the soundtrack while I was playing. I don't even know if I had volume up. Am I making a blanket? No, I'm making a bag. This is like one side of it. But I'm just yapping, so we moving slow out here. Can you make a blanket for my cat? No, sorry. Crocheting is not really a good way to make a blanket. If you can't tell, it's a little time intensive. So I like to do a lot of smaller crochet projects. I would love to get into knitting because I'm pretty sure knitting is like really good, is better for like big projects. And when you knit, you don't have to look. Like crochet, like I have to look while I'm doing it. So you can't really like watch things and stuff, but knitting you can. So, however, I fear knitting is like real grandma vibes. You know, like crochet I feel like still youngin' hobby. Knitting, it does start to really get into that grandma territory. But I will be a knitter one day. Crocheting, though, is where I'm at now. Crocheting is usually good for making, like, plushies and stuff, versus knitting is usually better for, like, clothing, I've heard. So you can do a lot more with crochet, but, like, it's a little, I also found out it uses like 5 times as much yarn for some reason, crocheting. So I guess it uses way less yarn to knit. And you might be a grandma one day, I hope so. Why is this like hurting me? I'm getting a little sore. I used to crochet with my grandmother when I was a kid, but I don't remember anything about how to do it. Oh, I feel like it would probably come back to you. I feel like it's like one of those things that's like muscle memory, you know, if you had like a refresher. Like I said, next time I try to really crochet something, I'll set up like a little cam so you guys can see what I'm doing. But for now, I mean, can you guys see? A little bit, maybe. What are plushies? Like stuffed little guys. You want to see my first plushie I ever made? I made him. He's a bunny. I made him brown, like my bunny. But I fear it did make him look a little potato-ish. So, he is a potato bunny. He has a potato body. But this is my first plushie I ever made, and I would love to make some more. Colorblind to me, I can't see the I can see the needle. Don't stop, never give up. Hold your head high and reach the top. Never forget what you got and bring it all back to you. But yeah, this was the first little plushie guy I made, and I want to make some more, but I don't really have a lot of like stuffing to fill them up, so I'll need to order some more if I ever want to make other little plushie guys. For now, I have been trying to make some things that are like more practical. Like, here's what I made last night. Here's like a little pouch I made. Super soft. I use this like super soft yarn. But yeah, I was like, oh, I can hold all my little like chopsticks and stuff in here. But I like, crocheting is very addicting to me for some reason. Paul, how many hours did that take? Well, I kind of kept I like messed it up because I was like watching something. But it didn't take me too long, actually. It probably took me like an hour and a half, maybe, while watching something. Maybe like 2 hours while watching something. And it probably would take me like an hour-ish if I was like 100% locked in, I would say. But Actually, oh my gosh, Chad, I didn't even tell you yet. I started a new show last night. The Three Body Problem. And if you were here when I read the books, I was a little iffy when I read the books. I love the show. I honestly, I think that I fear this is a rare occasion where I am liking the visual media more than the book. And I know it's because of the translator, okay? Because I said this too when I read the book, was like, I like the story. Like, I feel like the story is really interesting, but like, the like prose, I guess, like the writing style, I just personally found to be very boring. Plus, like, a lot of the names I felt like were really similar. Like, watching the show, I'm realizing that there were characters that I kind of thought were the same person, but are different people. So, like, in the show, like, the characters, like the scientist people, like they all look very different than each other and they actually have different names versus like the amount of names that started with the letter Y in the books. I was just like getting a little, I realized that I was like confused. Like, I don't know. But I love the show. It's really good. The second book, the author uses a different translator. So I did really enjoy the second book a lot more, but I'm loving the show. The show is so good. Oh my God. I remember everyone was like kind of telling me to watch it when it was like popular, but since I knew there was a book, I was like, okay, I'm gonna wait till I read the books, and it took me a long time to get around to it, but I'm glad I did, because now I get to watch the show, and the show is really good. It's a shame all the original writing is in Chinese. It's such a good story. Yeah, I mean, there is the translation. Like, I do feel like the books weren't bad. I just didn't really like the prose of it, but like, you can still read the books. Like, they have it translated. It's not like you can't read it, you know, you can still. But I agree. I do think that, at least, because I've read a few other books that were originally written in another language, and the translator really makes or breaks it, for sure. Because I feel like once she switched translators, like for the second book, I was like, oh my God, huge noticeable difference. You know, like I feel like the first translator was like literally just kind of translating, like they were just very blandly stating what was happening and stuff. That's why I felt like it wasn't very immersive. Versus the second one, I was like, okay, I'm actually feeling more immersed. Like I feel like there's a lot more like actual, like the tone. I feel like there was like no tone really in the first book. It was just kind of like stating what was happening versus, and like I feel like the tone of things, especially with something like that where it's like cosmic horror-esque a little bit, it's like you really want to set the tone. You want to have a good tone. You want to be making the reader apprehensive, nervous, whatever the freak, you know? I haven't read it. No, Three Body Problem as in like the physics problem. You know? You know the three body problem within physics? It's basically that like if we have two bodies, like two stars or a planet rotating us, like basically we can always calculate where they're gonna go. But I think it's like of similar mass. But like if you add a third body, suddenly all calculations break down and we have no way to calculate three bodies of about equal mass and how they interact with each other. It's like, think of like billiard balls. If you have one ball, you can calculate where it's gonna go. If you have another ball, you can calculate where it's gonna go. But if you have three, then like those calculations kind of start to break down. So yeah, it's a lot of physics. I will say, like, I do think it's very science-y, so if you're, like, a science-y nerd person, you for sure would love this series. Absolutely should read it. I do think that the books, sometimes they get hella technical, that I feel like if you're not into that type of stuff, I feel like you might get a little bit lost in the sauce with it, because I feel like it's one of the rare, it's probably the only book that I do feel like you do need a little bit of scientific knowledge to fully understand what's going on. Because there's like parts where like the science, like understanding the science is integral to understanding the story. And like they use a lot of like real science and stuff like that, and it's interesting, and I feel like it's very fascinating. And as long as you have like some basic, like you don't need to be high level, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, like sometimes I'd be reading the book and I'd be like, oh, like I remember this from physics class a little bit, you know? So I think if you have a good foundation, like you'll be smooth sailing. But I don't know if it's like I don't know if it's the type of series that everyone could enjoy, you know? I for sure think it was kind of, you know, but I do feel like sci-fi is kind of enjoyed by more like math, science, techie type of people anyways. So if you normally like sci-fi, I think that you probably do just fine. What if my foundation is shaky at best? Then you might just need to do a little Googling. You might, but like they'll like explain who scientists are. Like there's a lot of footnotes that'll like explain who scientists are or explain what theories they're referencing and stuff like that. But yeah, like in the novel, like if they didn't have that, like there were times in the novel where they're like fully referencing theories and stuff like that, like assuming the reader just like knows, like or whatever. So I was like grateful for some of the footnotes because sometimes they get more advanced. But I feel like when they're advanced, like they do kind of like break it down a little bit more. But I was just like, I just remember reading it being like, okay, I am utilizing my science brain a little bit. I wasn't expecting this. Like, you know, a lot of times when I read fiction, I feel like I'm just kind of like, I'm watching a movie in my head. This one was like, okay, theories, scientific principles, okay, I'm locked in. So 3 balls, I would not know where one is going. Basically. Hearing about the series gets you so interested in the concept, though. It's so fascinating, even for all the world building. Yeah, no, definitely. I think that, yeah, I mean, to be fair, I do read a lot more fantasy than sci-fi. It's not my favorite sci-fi series, though, but it was very interesting. It was, my favorite sci-fi series, though, is Dune. So good. The original 6, I don't recognize the sun, okay? Only Frank, but Dune is my favorite sci-fi series of all time. That shit was so good, so crazy, and I loved that it happened over a long span of time, similar to the 3-body problem, because that also did, but Dune was like much longer span of time that the series was told over. But yeah, you know, I do gotta get a little bit more into some sci-fi. I guess that's kind of what I'm reading now. I mean, I guess the book I just read, I Who Have Never Known Men, that was sci-fi. I'm reading a book called Tender is the Flesh. Sci-fi, cannibalism. I wasn't really expecting that. At first when I saw Tender is the Flesh, I was like, 6? No. Like, Tender is the Flesh. What about Foundation sci-fi series? Are you talking about books? I'm talking about books. Is that like a TV series? Is that what you're talking about? I mean, I love sci-fi movies and shows as well. I just didn't know if you meant like, is it a book? Are you can find audio versions so I can work while listening? It does sound intriguing. Honestly, Lamar, I do think you would be interested in it. You probably can find an audiobook for sure. Maybe the narration would make it more interesting than when I was just reading it. But honestly, like, I recommend the series. Like, I think the series is a really good adaptation. I feel the one thing with the series I was like a little iffy on was that like they like it's an Americanized version of it. Like in the original book series, all of the characters were Chinese and had Chinese names basically. I mean, Mike was still like a white guy with a white name. I don't know. There were like some international characters, but basically all the characters were Chinese with Chinese names versus in the TV show, like the characters are more like racially diverse. I think that they live in England and like they have Americanized or like Western names, I guess. Which in my mind, again, it made it easier for me to keep track of it and everything like that. And like there was like a man, like there was a man who was like in the books, he was like rich because he owned this like mine and like exploited people and shit. But like in the show, he's rich because he owns like a snack company. But like the character, like the essence of the character stayed the same. But like they fully would change characters, what they looked like, what their backstory was, and like who they were basically. But the essence was always the same. So that was one thing that like kind of took me off guard, was that they were just like fully changing characters and everything. However, I feel like the essence remained the same. That sounds like important context though. I mean, the character has the same ending. It was an important context, I will say. Like, if it was something where it was, like, that exploitation, like, had a long-term, like, you know, impacted the storyline in some ways, but it didn't, actually, and, like, I don't know, spoiler alert, I guess, like, this character, I don't know, I guess I won't. I mean, they die, sorry. They do die anyways. And so, like, you know, what they changed didn't actually matter, and, like, that character still died in the same way. It was the same thing of, like, oh, they're just rich and they're entitled. And that was basically just, like, the same vibe. And Spoiler. I feel like that happened so early, though. I feel like that happened so early. Sorry. Well, you guys don't know who I'm talking about. I never said any names. There's a lot of rich characters. But that was one character that I feel like I thought that character was the same as another character. Like, watching the show, I'm like, wait, like, I thought that these two characters were the same. But then... Anyways, regardless, you don't know how they die, okay? So, that's the one thing. That's the one thing I will say about this show is, like, I think I, like, knew some kind of spoiler from it. Like, even reading the books, I feel, like, just as shocked when I'm watching the show. Like, I feel like this is the kind of show where it's, like, even when you know spoilers, like, the way that things happen are so crazy that it's, like, I don't know. Because I feel like for some shows, it's like the fact that something happened was like, whoa. But this is the type of show or movie or whatever, like, whatever it may be. This is the type of media where it's like, it's not what happened, it's how it happened that's crazy. Because it's like, yeah, I feel like that's, like, I don't feel like the fact that he, yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. So that wasn't like a crazy thing. I mean, at the end of the day, guys, sorry, I don't know if this is another spoiler, but like, this series happens over 400 years. So there are characters that, like, characters come and go very frequently. I feel like this isn't the type of series where it's like, okay, we're gonna have this core cast, get hella attached to them. I mean, there is kind of, like, core important people that you do get attached to and who are kind of, like, reoccurring characters, but, like, this is, like, I feel like it's, like, a lot of, like, epic sci-fis where it's told over a long period of time, so it's kind of, like, you know, seeing the way that things evolve, characters kind of come and go, but it's kind of like how things happen that I think is like the biggest one. I enjoy thrillers the most. Ted Dekker is my favorite author I can give you. See, but I don't like thrillers. Sometimes I find thrillers to be a little boring. I usually prefer outright horror over a thriller. 9 times out of 10 I find a thriller to be boring. I think I like if I'm gonna, like, I don't know, like, suspense and stuff doesn't ever, like, it doesn't really, like, put me on edge in that sense. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, let me clarify a little bit. Like, I don't really get worked up from suspense, if that makes sense. I feel like a lot of serial killer, like, movies and stuff kind of rely on, like, the thriller suspense aspect, but I don't know. I guess I'm just not a thriller person like that. Cyberpunk's a good sci-fi game to play. Oh, that's on our to be played list. It's still a game I want to play, but every time the play time, it looks like is insane. So that's like a whole dedication. It's interesting, like No Man's Sky, how it seemed terrible on release, but updates have made it goated. Oh, game-wise? Not a thriller kind of person. MJ rolling in his grave. Sorry. But yeah, no, I enjoy scary for sure. I think that, well, I am excited for this book I just started. Tender is the Flesh. It's supposed to be like pretty messed up. I don't know. I was like, what are some like spooky vibes books I can read for Halloween? And it was that one and one of the other ones. But yeah, I don't know. Like, when I think of thrillers, I think of movies like Hush, which was, like, a pretty good movie, but since it was a thriller, most of the time was, like, suspense. To me, that's just waiting. Like, I don't know. I feel like suspense can only... Like, I can only have my suspense built for so long. Like, if the whole movie is just suspense waiting for this huge thing at the end, I don't know. I just tend to find that a little bit more boring. You know... Tender's the Flesh sounds like something on HBO at 3 a.m. Yeah, I guess it's like, it's about, I only read the first chapter. Well, this is also on the back of the book. The back of the book, it's like, follows a worker at a human meat factory. Oh. Because I'm pretty sure when I initially bought this Tender is the Flesh book, there's like a picture of a woman kind of on the front. Like I thought they meant like, tender. Like, I didn't think they meant, like, tender like meat. Like, I was like, so... So I definitely was, like, a little like, oh, okay. But then obviously now I'm like, okay, perfect for spooky season. Perfect for Halloween. I don't know where the book is gonna go. All I know is that it's a little bit messed up. So, well, now it sounds better. No, I mean, evidently, like, I have a lot of books on my bookshelf that, like, I just saw, like, a TikTok of someone, like, saying something about it that made me buy it. But once I decide that I want to read a book, like, I will avoid reading or consuming anything about it because, like, I don't want anyone's bias to impact my experience, you know? So, like, sometimes I'll just see, like, a really vague video being like, this book is really great, and then I, like, buy it, and then it'll sit on my shelf for months, and then I won't even remember the initial thing that made me interested in it. So then when I come back to it, I'm like, I don't even know what this is, but, like, clearly I was interested enough to buy it, so I'm gonna read it, I guess. Fair enough. House and 3 or 2 of his that venture into horror elements both kept me up when I read them, but that might be because of a hyper vivid imagination. Ooh. Might as well add We Are What We Are to your watch list. Wait, are these shows or are these movies? Or are they books? Am I allowed to post the worst regarded poem of all time in Twitch chat? No worries if not. Well, hold on. What is it worst in? Like horror, gore? What expand on worst. That is a movie. We Are What We Are. I'll look it up. It has really bad ratings. Okay, it's not really bad. Is this a ghost one, though? Sun, Stoker, Jugface. Maybe not. It has pretty bad ratings. Interesting. Oh, it's giving, the cover is giving me cannibalism. Wait, this is the girl that was in that in Weapons. What is it? It was a cannibal. Yeah, it's looking like it is. Sorry, the ghost was just a venture because of what they were wearing. But the cover, it's like these girls with like blood in bowls in front of them. Looks like the daughter's gonna make them, or the dad's gonna make the daughters drink it. Sus. It's just so bad people laugh at it. Okay, but people laugh at anything. People laugh at things that are good. Tay Bridge disaster poem. It was written in 1880. Here's what I gotta say. If someone wrote a poem in 1880 and people still are talking about it in 2025, I think that objectively is a good poem, even if people are talking about how bad it is. You know how many poems were lost with the wind, lost in the dust? All I gotta say is if I wrote a fucking poem and motherfuckers were still talking about that shit hundreds of years later, I'd be feeling gassed. Like... Like, you know, maybe that's my hot take. And that's why, like, I do feel like, I don't know. I guess I'm also not a believer in, like, good or bad art. If this guy put his whole, you know, bussy in this poem, even if I don't like it, I'll respect his art. I'll respect it. You know? It's like Taylor Swift's new song called Wood that talks about her man's wood. Yeah, it's actually like Taylor Swift's entire new album that came out. It's just someone who tries to be a sincere poet, but they're so terrible. Hey, you know, you gotta start somewhere. And at the end of the day, like I said, people still talking about his poem. People still, you know, I looked it up, saw his name. I think that's clout in some way. Sometimes it does come full circle, you know? So bad, you're good. I feel like he's fallen under this category. A poem that's so bad, it's still talked about hundreds of years later, therefore making it good. That's my take. Oh, she does do bad there. I've loved Tay for like 15 years, but it's not great. Yeah. No, I was like, I've watched more think pieces on Taylor Swift's new album than I have actually listened to the album. But I love watching a little think piece. But yeah, considering everything, I just think It's bad. Longtime Taylor Swifties are agreeing that it's bad. I love Dua Lipa more. I love Dua Lipa too, bro, because she got a book club. I don't really listen to her music that much. I'm not the biggest fan. But you know what? I will say I think that I love Dua Lipa. I follow her on social media platforms because she has a book club and she like will invite authors on and interview them and stuff like that. And she, similar to me, likes to promote reading and everything like that, which I think is a great cause. And she's very inspirational to me. She has a new song called Cancel. That's supposed to be what comes up when people search. Oh my gosh. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna lie, like, Taylor Swift is kind of a villain. Like, I was like, you know, I was a fan. I was a fan, and then I was like, and then I like came back trying to be like, okay, maybe I was just being a hater, but now, no, she's honestly a little bit of a villain. I gotta say. Does Dua read Brando Sando? I don't know, to be completely honest. I don't think that she's posting those types of books on her book club, but I'm not a part of her book club, so I don't know explicitly. It seems like a lot of memoirs. It's like a lot of celebrity book clubs where it's like, it's a lot of memoirs and like nonfictions, a lot of short books. Regardless, these are all still good, and like she talks about lots of interesting things, like still very interesting and very good, but like I don't think she's on that nerd shit, you know, reading like fantasy and sci-fi and stuff. Like she's reading books that are like, you know, I mean, I guess all books are like trying to make a point, but I guess the books that she's doing are probably more explicitly trying to make a point, I suppose. Kanye West was right when he stole her trophy. No, actually, Kanye West and that whole incident was what propelled her into being what she is today. And that it all started with that incident. Before that incident, Taylor Swift was just another one of these, you know, basic singer white girls, which, like, no hate. I love me some Katy Perry. I love me some Kesha. I love me some Britney Spears. You know what I mean? Like, no hate in that. But she was like them. However, the Kanye West incident propelled her to be what she is today. It very much, suddenly, she's this poor, innocent, little white girl who is being, you know, like, that incident was what made, like, conservatives and white supremacists rally around Taylor and, like, really elevated her in the social eye in a way that she was not elevated before, and she chose to capitalize on that. And, you know, there's, like, a whole nother speech where she's, like, yeah, I don't know, I think it's, like, she won some award, maybe it was the Grammys or something, where she's, like, and don't let anyone, like, I don't know, she's, like, raging in her speech over the Kanye shit a little bit. And, like, obviously, I do think that Kanye was also, like, not completely in the right, but I think that she really decided to be, like, to play into this I'm a white woman victim role that, you know, even if she didn't mean for it to be so, that it was taken by these, you know, groups that are not good, and that's why they kind of have rallied around her. And you can see so many of these themes come to play in her newest album, especially with Canceled. We all know how a lot of, like, people on the right and conservatives have been raging against cancel culture. They're like, I should be able to say slurs, blah, blah, blah. I don't fucking know. And so now she's coming out being like, oh, I like my friends cancel, blah, blah. Like, I feel like that's very much alluding towards that. And yeah, like, I feel like, and also, like, obviously, the way that she goes about, like, releasing all these alternate versions, like, she always wants to stay number one, and she's, like, so cutthroat, and, like, she's literally objectively the most, like, one of the most successful artists, if not the most successful artist of all time, and she's still not satisfied with it. She still feels like she needs to do all these things and stay there, and it's like, bro, like, I don't know, I think that she is very much embodying this type of energy that is quite prevalent and is, you know, a factor as to why we are in this political situation that we are in. So yeah, I think that is personally what I'm not a fan of. And, like, people have pointed out, like, lyrics that she has that are, like, you know, it's like, oh, like, I'm not a bad bitch in this, and, like, I'm not, like, this isn't savage or whatever. Like, I feel like she, you know, because like a lot of celebrities, once they like blow up, they kind of like elevate their look to be very like, you know, and I don't feel like like Taylor never did this because she always just wants to see like just like your next door girl, like, and like that's her whole thing. Like basically I feel like she's also like, she's not afraid to tear down women, to like other women, like I don't know, but then she tries to like act like she's so pro women. But I don't know, like, I just, and, like, didn't she just, like, say something about Charlie XCX, which, like, I don't like Charlie either, but, like, she tries to act like she's so innocent and pure, and that, like, she'll be like, women support women, and Katy Perry literally called her out for this, like, Nicki was ripping on fucking Taylor said, what happened to women support women, and Katy literally popped out being like, bro, you've literally been running a hate train on me, like, what the hell? So, yeah, I don't know. Kanye's, okay, that's irrelevant. I think there was over a dozen versions of this one and told her fans to buy them all. Yes. Like, she does a lot of things that I feel like are very, like, like she does a lot of, in my opinion, like, I feel like it's just, like, things just to make money from her fans. Like, she be milking those girlies dry, you know? And, like, I just feel like she's just bad vibes. At the end of the day, she's just bad vibes. And for sure, there are, like, more problematic people, maybe. But, like, I feel like that part of what makes her such bad vibes is, like, she's so shady behind the scenes. And, like, this facade that she tries to put on to the world is, like, so obviously fake. That it's just... Ugh. Women hate each other, I hear. No, women are, like, human beings. And I feel like this whole, like women who are terrible people will sometimes try to be like, what happened to women supporting women? And it's like, that's never been the thing, okay? The whole point of feminism is like, women are human beings, which means that they are flawed as well, and that they can also be bad people, okay? Like, that is the whole thing. And sometimes I feel like people criticize what Taylor Swift is saying is basically like white woman feminism is what people call that, where it's like, women support women, like, blah, blah, blah type of shit, which it's like, that's never what feminism was supposed to be about. It's not just about women blindly supporting other women, like, you know, because women can be bad people too, and, like, sometimes I feel like that whole women support, like, I don't know, like, you're flattening women down into this mono category in the same way that, like, non-feminists do to women as well. Like, I feel like the whole point of being a feminist is recognizing women as, like, complete human beings that have good aspects and bad aspects about them as well, you know? And sometimes I feel like that whole, like, white woman feminism of basically, like, women support women, like, that kind of also doesn't acknowledge the ways that women can also uphold the patriarchy and can also, like, do bad things to harm men as well in that regard, as far as, like, you know, if there's ever been a woman who's made you feel less manly for crying or showing emotions, she is actively upholding the patriarchy in that moment. And yeah, I don't know, it's a nuanced thing, I suppose. I would imagine it's pretty impossible to reach that level of success without being pretty shady. Yeah, I mean, that's why people say there's no such thing as an ethical billionaire, so Is Kaylee Mae your Vietnamese name? Kaylee Mae is my name, and I happen to be partially Vietnamese. Wait, women are not a monolithic group? I know, crazy. I think that some people just love categorizing people, and, like, I just think that that's the whole point of, like, everything is, like, let's just not categorize ourselves. Let's just be who we are, okay? Enough of the bullshit. Everyone should be able to follow their heart and be who they are, and can always improve, and yeah. And then alright, come on now. It's usually a shitty woman who would use that women supporting women thing as a way to deflect criticism. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. And that's why I feel like, and, like, they try to do it behind this guise of feminism, and, like, actual feminists get mad about this because they're like, that's not the point. Like, what the hell? Like, and I feel like that's what's led a lot of people to kind of have this more negative view of feminism, as far as, like feminism is not, oh, women have had things so rough, so now we need to do all of these things, like, women are so angelic and so perfect, and oh my gosh, blah blah blah, can do no wrong, like that's not the whole thing. Like, feminism is literally just, like, basically the idea that you should be able to be who you are despite what gender you happen to be born as or whatever it is, because the patriarchy hurts men too, right? Like, I feel like if you're a man, you probably have experienced the ways that like patriarchy has affected you, even if you maybe haven't like realized it. A book I think that was really helpful, that really opened my eyes in this regard, was called The Will to Change by Bell Hooks. I feel like that really, because like one of the things that she opens up that book with is talking about how she loves men. She loves, like, you know, she has romantic relationships with men. She has men in her family that she loves, that she cares about, and she sees the ways that that the patriarchy harms them by telling them to close off their emotions, by killing little boys' emotional side, and like if they are ever into the arts or anything, like, stop doing that, that's gay, like blah blah blah. Like, I don't know. And I think that I don't know. I think that is something which I understand women that get frustrated when that stuff is brought up, because they're like, okay, like, we're just changing the point of the conversation. It's like, obviously the patriarchy negatively affects women, but like, I think that if we came with more empathy and also recognize the ways that it could negatively affect men too, that like there could be a lot more progress made. But like these white women feminists that we're talking about, like Taylor Swift, who are just trying to make it like a gender wars thing again, it's like they're missing the whole point of the movement, which is basically to like not really have gender roles and allow you to be whoever you are, okay? It shouldn't have to be like, you're a man, so you need to do XYZ, live XYZ, or you're a woman, so you need to blah blah. Like, you should be allowed to be who you are, to craft the kind of relationship that works for you and for your partner. And if that's a traditional one, like, that's fine. If you want to be like a stay-at-home mom or whatever, like all of that's fine. Like, you know, I think that that's the whole thing, is allowing people to follow their heart and be who they want to be and do what they want to do and like positively impact the world in whatever way that they can. So yeah, that's what I think. We're all, yep. I love my mom, my sister. Turns out we're all equal. Yes, exactly. The male loneliness thing everyone's talking about these days is largely because of patriarchy preventing men from establishing deep emotional ties. Yes, and that's part of what I was talking about. So, like, again, boys are trained from a very young age that they shouldn't be expressing certain types of emotions, especially like vulnerability or softness or whatever. Oftentimes, fathers and mothers will pound this out of them, and mothers just as much as fathers, right? So that's like an important way that women can uphold the patriarchy, is by instilling patriarchal ideas into their children from a young age. And yeah, so then when they're like forced to be closed off from their emotions and not be vulnerable, as they get older and they have these friendships, like, yeah, it's like, of course they're not going to feel as close to your friends if you're never vulnerable with them, if you're never showing them your complete self. And maybe you don't even see your complete self because you've closed that off so much, right? And that's the thing, is like, this is not a unique, like, I do feel like this is like societally, gender roles wise, like that is what is stereotypically, I'm totally generalizing, this happens to men, but this can happen to women too, you know. I will say, like, being emotionally closed off is not something that's only for men, but it is more prevalent because of gendered expectations, right? So I 1000% agree. And like, I don't know, I think that, you know, there are a lot of disenfranchised people in society right now, and I guess always, but I suck at doing all the manly things I'm supposed to be able to do, so patriarchy is not great for me. Yeah, see, exactly. So I feel like I'm sure that you know exactly what I'm talking about, because sometimes I think that there's just like this misunderstanding of what it is. But yeah, see, it's like you should be able to be who you want to be, do the things that you're good at, the things that you enjoy, regardless of what like weird gendered expectations are attached to it, you know? I agree, society has made me stoic as fuck. I have lost my emotions. Well, it's never too late to get back in touch with them, I will say. You can go to therapy, reconnect with a friend. I don't know. I think it's hard to get back in touch with your emotions, especially when you've been closed off from them for a long time, but I promise you, like, it'll be worth it if you put the effort in. You know, like, that's part of life, is to experience things, and like a big part of getting experiences is to feel them, you know. And not all experiences will be great, not all emotions will be great, but I truly like to view that, you know, you need to experience the bad to be able to appreciate the good and all that jazz. Honestly, because everything is so damn expensive, male-to-male friendships suffer, or relationships suffer, because most male-to-male interactions are predicted on activity, golfing, pool, the bar, arcade, etc., but it's all getting so expensive. Yes. I feel like that's just all relationships, though, you know, because I think that that's something that obviously women suffer a lot with, too. I feel like dudes, though, like, I feel like y'all can just, like, go somewhere and watch sports together. Like, I honestly, I don't know, it's like, I think that what you're speaking to is just existing is really expensive right now, 1000%. But I don't feel like that's necessarily like a male thing. If anything, I feel like male hobbies, like, I don't know, like, I feel like that's because you can just like go over to your boy's house and watch some sports. Like, I feel like that's a lot of guys that I know that just hang out all the time. Like, they're just always like going over someone's house and watching sports, which is a free activity, you know. But obviously, like, yes, you would love to do things like golf and like other stuff like that too. I feel like it's the same thing with girls, where it's like, obviously me and my friends love to go out to dinner and dress up and do cute activities, but you know, we can also just have like a chill night hanging out. I think that what you're speaking to, though, is just the general expensive-ness of life, which affects freaking everyone. I agree. It's like you step outside and it's like you've spent $40 somehow. Can anyone tell me what Kaylee's general stream schedule is? Okay, so I do try to stream every Monday to do like a focus stream. I was out of town this past Monday, so that didn't happen. So I try to do, right now my schedule is kind of like Monday and Wednesday. We do like some focus co-working productivity vibes. And then usually I'll try to stream like during the week. So like Monday through Friday. Sometimes I'll do Monday through Thursday and then maybe like a stream during the weekend. But I've just been traveling, so my schedule's been kind of hectic. But normally I try to stream during the week and during the evening daytime. I'm sorry, I wish I had a better schedule. If you're on my like Twitch profile, do they still show, like, if you like click my name, they still have a schedule button. So you might have to like go back before my trip. But if you click my username, if you're on my profile, I guess if you're on the computer, and then you click my name, it'll take you to like my profile. You should see a schedule tab. And then if you kind of like click through, you can kind of see when I normally schedule. I've had some trips, so there's some open things. But you can kind of see, and it'll adjust to your own time zone too. So yeah, if you guys ever want to like know when a streamer normally streams, you can click on their username, their profile, and then there should be home, about, and then there's a schedule tab. So should hopefully let you see when I tend to stream. Honestly, like, now that I'm looking about this, it is a little more consistent than I thought. But yeah, I've just been having a couple trips and everything, so there's some blank weeks there too. You can also check the Discord, see the announcements channel. There you can see when she actually streamed too. Oh, true. I guess what I'm saying is that guys will never talk to one another, whereas male to female or female to female, a hangout could be just about spending time together. Obviously, it's a bit of an overgeneralization too. I guess that's fair. What you're saying, I do think tends to be true. I guess I feel like, honestly, I don't know. And I'm like, I don't know if this is autism or something, but I'm like, I always prefer having an activity. Like, whenever I'm like having a hangout with someone where it's like, oh, we're just talking, I feel like kind of stressed out. I'm like, I need to be entertaining because we're just hanging out, we're just talking. But like, that's a me thing. I think that's a me thing. I'm like, I want an activity. Really chats about good shit. Oh, thanks. So you're going to bed. Okay, go to bed. Good night. Good night. I can't keep you up till the wee hours. That's like my sleep schedule. Gosh, guys, I went to bed at 5 a.m. last night. I fear my sleep schedule is just so messed up. Well, we're not playing a game tonight, so I'll probably be streaming. Let's see. Oh my gosh, we've been almost doing 3 hours straight of yapping. I'm surprised my brain is holding on this long. Are we not doing scary movie nights on Discord? I wasn't planning on it. Should we? I will say, maybe if we do the spookathon, we can do like a spooky movie night. Have you just been hanging out and talking to us for hours now? Yerp, yerp, yerp. I just feel like, you know, all of our long streams, if I'm doing like 6+ hours, 10 hours, you know, like that's always gonna be with gaming. I feel like with chatting, normally once I get closer to like normally, like, I guess it depends. Like today I feel like we've just been having so many good combos. Like normally my brain would have like pooped out by now, but it's still hanging on. Still hanging on. I think guys just don't see each other often, so when they do, they're fine with just hanging out. Well, the thing is wouldn't you think it would be the other way around? Like, since you guys don't see each other as often, like, wouldn't you have more to catch up on and, like, more to talk about since it's, like, more infrequent that you would see each other? I will say, sometimes I do think, and, like, maybe this is, like, a stereotype, so I'm curious on your guys' thoughts, but something I see on social media is that men don't really like ask each other questions about each other, you know? Like I always see this trope of like, oh, like, you know, a guy, like when your boy breaks up with his girlfriend and they didn't know her name, they didn't know how long they were together for, they don't even know why they broke up, someone cheated, they didn't even bother asking who or how they were found out or whatever it is. And like I don't know if you guys would agree with that, but like something I've often seen online is that men don't really ask each other questions about themselves. And there was like a social media challenge thing where it was like a dude and they were like doing they were basically quizzing their friends on like really easy things that were like, when's my birthday? What's my food allergy? What, like, blah, like, things that were, like, someone that's your close friend of multiple years should probably know about you, and, like, the dudes would not know it. And some of the things I was watching, and I was like, okay, wait, this is crazy. Like, if that were me, I would feel like my friends didn't give a shit about me. Like, if none of my friends could even, like, the video where they were guessing his birthday, like, literally they eliminated 5 of the months, and they still couldn't even narrow it down to what month it was. And I was like, okay, I feel like I would be like, I don't know. It's like, okay, like, are those really your friends, dude? Like, they don't know anything about you? So, like, when I see stuff like that, I'm like, is that real? Like, is that real? You know? Thank you for the biddies, by the way, Jack. I will say I quite literally am never hit up by guys or have almost ever talked to my guy friends without there being something we're doing. Like, we are literally never talking about life and are always talking about games, sports, we're playing in the moment, etc. Yeah. I guess that is fair, honestly, and I think that that is kind of where this lack of intimacy within male friendships kind of comes from. So I guess TLDR, if you want to build intimacy in your friendships, or, you know, you should just ask them questions about themselves. And then when they give you an answer, ask a follow-up question. And who knows? Maybe if you're not really someone that's asking questions about your friends, like, you might learn some really interesting things. Like, is there anything better than finding out some crazy lore about one of your friends? Like, that, to me, that's one of the joys of life. And I do feel like that is something that girls will actively seek out, of just, like, at least, like, you know, when you're getting to know someone, like, I feel like we will, like, ask them questions about themselves and everything like that, you know? Like, at least for me, I feel like understanding someone else more allows me to, like, be a better friend, or maybe I can, like, better interpret, like, oh, when they do this thing, I know that they're just a certain way, like, not something I need to take personally. Like, I don't know, like, I feel like part of being someone's friend is, like, understanding them and knowing them, you know, on that deeper level. I feel like I've always known my friends' birthdays. I am a little bit bad for birthdays, but I at least know, like, what month it is, even if I can't remember the exact day. But if it's like a close friend, like, I know my close friends' birthdays because we celebrate it, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I'm like, if I feel like not knowing means that you guys don't ever celebrate your friends' birthdays, which I'm like, I don't know. I have a friend of over 30 years old and I don't know his allergies or birthday. OMG. See, though, I feel like that's why people be complaining about some lack of intimacy, you know? If your friends don't know you, how can you feel like you're really that close? My friends just talk about things or hobbies. I think that's what dudes tend to do. See, but that's the thing, is, like, you guys, like, you should be able to talk about all. Because at the end of the day, me and my friends talk about all these things. Like, we talk about things and hobbies, we talk about shows that we're watching, we're talking about, like, things going on in the world and shit like that. Like, it's not like we're all just sitting around talking about, I don't know, our personal lives all the time, but sometimes that shit will come up of, like, oh yeah, like, I just came back from a trip. Oh, cool, like, what did you do while you were there? Whenever someone says they come back from a trip, I'm always like, oh, like, did you do anything super cool? Like, what was your favorite activity that you did? Like, you know, that kind of stuff. And the thing is, like, I know that dudes like to talk about this stuff because I feel like in my male friendships, like, I will talk about that stuff with them, and, like, you can tell that, like, they, like, it's not, like, and I guess I don't want to speak for all of mankind, but, like, I do firmly believe it's not that you guys don't want to talk about those things. I just feel like you guys don't really know how, and you feel a little awkward, and, like, that's the whole thing. Like, that's something I really dislike in male friendships, and this isn't all male friendships, but I really don't like roast culture. Like, I genuinely think if you guys want to know, like, how society trained men to be, like, emotionally closed off and, like, not vulnerable at all, I genuinely think it's all because of roast culture. And that, like, basically whenever a man would share something vulnerable and all of his friends would just fucking make fun of him and like clown on him and shit on him. Like I feel like roast culture in like those early developmental years is truly what leads to men like becoming very emotionally stunted as they get older, and which is sad, which is something that is sad. And even though it's like, it's kind of like boys inflicting it on boys, like, I don't know, like, I'm sure that any boy that has actively been a part of roast culture has had times where like I don't know, like, you had something that affected you. Like, I feel like I wasn't even fully in that, but like when I've been a part of that, I like, I don't know, no one likes to be made fun of, no one likes to be laughed at and stuff like that. And so I don't know, I guess TLDR, be brave and be vulnerable with your friends, and also let your friends be vulnerable with you and ask them questions about themselves. I feel like that's the great thing about building intimacy and friendships, is like only really one person needs to start putting that effort in. But the thing is if you're vulnerable, that kind of makes it feel much safer for the other person to open up and be vulnerable. So yeah, I don't know, if you're like going through a hard time in life, you should be able to reach out to your friends and you should be able to have like a real conversation with them about it. Like, that's what friends are for, right? Helping you find guidance when you're feeling lost in life and shit like that. Guys talk about Tricella, we definitely do that. Fair enough. Men rely on relationships with women for those kinds of conversations. See, but like, they don't want that. And that's something that women get frustrated with. Women don't want to be relied on for those kinds of relationships. And the thing is like, because a lot of men don't have this emotional depth in their friendships, whenever women are friends with men and then they are bringing that emotional depth of like actually being interested in that, in the man as a person and asking questions about themselves, that's why the dudes always catch feelings. And like the amount of times I've become like good friends with a guy and then like we're having this emotional depth and then like suddenly they're confessing feelings, like I know that it's because they just don't have these kinds of conversations with people. So like they have this intimacy and this vulnerability that they don't experience in their normal male to male friendships. So when they experience it, they're like, this must be love. This must be feelings. This must be romantic, because my friendships I don't feel this way in my friendships. So that means that this must be romantic. But it's not. Like, it's not. I know it's not. I know that, you know, as someone's been on the other side of it, you know, and it just makes me sad, because at the end of the day, it's like, that shouldn't be such a unique feeling that you can feel truly emotionally close and vulnerable with someone. Like, I wish that that was something that men felt more in their friendships. And at the end of the day, like, I do think that a lot of men do rely on women for that, but like women, that's the thing, is like women are tired, bro. Like, that's why women don't even really like dating men anymore. It's like they don't like having to be the only one that's dealing with all this emotional baggage, because it's a lot, bro. Like, it's a lot. And, you know, I think that that's not even just that men do that to women. Like, sometimes I feel like people just do that in their romantic relationships a lot, where they're just like way too overly emotionally reliant on their partner. And I think that that can very easily lead to like toxic situations and stuff, you know. At the end of the day, you should have multiple people and you can rely on. So that way, if shit's going south with your partner, like, you can go to your friends and talk about it and stuff, you know, like, yeah. That happened to me in college. Hey, it was a little awkward. Hey, happens. Like I said, it's like, they're my friend and I do care about them and stuff like that, but it's like, just because it's like, when you're friends with someone, like, I know what their friends are like, and then I'm like, okay, I know that it's just because you literally don't talk with your friends like this and you're not intimate with this, like, you know. How do you feel about asking someone out when they're at work? I think that you should not do it, ever. I guess that's my thoughts. And then people always want to throw a temper tantrum about that. They don't want to be therapists all the time, basically. Yes, exactly. And plus, like, that's just, like, one person. So it's, like, at the end of the day, like, if you are completely emotionally relying on one person, like, you're just gonna get their biases and their perspective. Like, it's good. That's the great thing about friends, is you should be having more than one, right? So you can get multiple perspectives on and stuff like that. Sounds like assholes. Roasting a dude about something is something you do lighthearted, not personal, just teasing. I never wrote something about someone they... But the thing is like, it could be something as like, as small as a crush. And then suddenly they're getting roasted because like everyone thinks that that girl is unattractive, blah, blah, blah. Like, the thing is, if you're roasting someone about the small things, why would they ever share the big things? You know? But yeah, I mean, I think that if what you were saying were true, I feel like we wouldn't have such a problem with the lack of intimacy in male-to-male friendships right now. I promise you it's because they're attracted to you and you talk to them, lol, not because they don't have friends. It's funny that you're acting like you think that you know the people in my life that I've actually interacted with better than me. See, and this is exactly part of the problem. I think I will say. But, I'll just say right now that you don't. I've been reading on Reddit how women don't like being the sole source of emotional intimacy for their partners. Yeah, they don't. They don't. And I feel like that is something that my generation is opting out of. And that's why a lot of girls in my generation just like fully don't like to date, because they don't like having to also deal with all of that emotional baggage. But like older women have been talking about that. Like, you know, they don't like a lot of things about men, I read. Well, you know, yeah. I feel like also men complain about a lot of things that women do as well. People like to just complain about other people. You know, I will say that is one thing. Man keeping, that is the term. Oh, I don't know if I've really heard of it. If you're attractive, people will like you. Well, I don't know if you guys know this, but I actually did have a glow up, and I was unfortunately not always this sexy and gorgeous my whole life. But that is one thing about having a glow up, is I feel like people just think I've been hot my whole life or something, and that is absolutely not the case. Alright, I couldn't pull bitches even if I fucking wanted to back in the day, unfortunately. Beauty standards have also changed a lot to be, I feel like, a little bit more aligned with my features, which I guess hashtag bless up, but it's also only a matter of time until they change again, and I don't align with it anymore. That's the one thing. Women's body, I mean, I guess body is a part of it, but like female beauty standards, women's beauty standards literally change so much and so fast that it's like, all right, you just gotta hope that you get lucky and that the beauty standards kind of align with your features at some point. You know, because yeah, I grew up, like, I was in high school in like 2016 era. Like, I would literally be crying that I didn't have a fat ass. Meanwhile, I feel like girlies that were growing up in like the early 2000s, like being a teenager then, it's like, oh, they be having problems wanting to be hella skinny, you know? I'm like, bro, I've never wanted to be skinny. I always want, like, I was 2016 looking at Kylie Jenner while I'm literally like 15, 16 being like, why don't I look like that? So it's kind of crazy when you just look back on it, but yeah, beauty standards always be changing. So beauty, at the end of the day, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And just because you're beautiful today doesn't mean you will be in the future, and vice versa. Just because you're, you know, ugly today, you could be drop dead gorgeous one day. You never know. You never know. You know? I'm hoping that, like, grandmas are really hot when I'm, like, in my 70s. That's manifesting. Men don't really care about other men's problems, not really. See, but, like, that's part of the problem. Like, I feel like that is exactly part of the problem. But you gotta ask yourself, like, how did they get to that point? Like, I think that sometimes that's not always acknowledged. It's like, you're just thinking, oh, well, men don't care about other men's problems. Like, that's the end of it. And it's like, no. Like, you guys were trained to not really care, in a way. And, like, you know, it's not like you just spawned here, full grown. You were raised a certain way, told certain expectations. You existed in the culture and had other boys and stuff like that. Like, I don't know. I've been reading, oh, I already read that. I have 3 sisters. When I moved 1,200 miles away, meeting my female friends I have had today has been crucial parts of my life, and I'm thankful every day for them, more than my male friends. Aw, that's good. Yeah, I mean, I think it's good for everyone to have all different kinds of friends, you know? Every girl in my life decided I'm her son, and they all baby me for some reason. Well, are you walking around with a pacifier? Maybe you're acting like a baby. Did you ever think about that? Just kidding. We're all going to get ugly eventually. Yeah, that's why you need to work on things to like about yourself that have nothing to do with your external looks. And sometimes I think that that's lost on some people. You know, you gotta have things that you like about yourself. I mean, it's good to just be well-rounded. I mean, I guess in the grand scheme of things, you can also just lose your mind. So even working on your mind isn't guaranteed. But you know. Anywho. The ugly duckling became a swan in the story. Yes, very true. I feel like that was like me. Like, I feel like I never felt like pretty growing up or anything really until, I don't even feel like I was pretty when I started streaming, honestly. Like, streaming actually did build my confidence, because, like, obviously there would be people that would come into chat and, like, compliment me, and I just had never really received compliments like that before. I was just like, wait, like, am I pretty? And then I feel like through streaming, and obviously I'm like staring at myself on a screen for hours, right? Like I feel like pandemic and COVID, I really like experimented a lot with my aesthetic, with like how I do my makeup and everything like that. And I actually learned how to like style my hair and everything. And yeah, I feel like in the pandemic and like through, obviously this was also like fueled by me doing streaming, and I wanted to like look good because of God, like, you know, I want to be successful as a content creator. And anyway, so I did like a lot of experimentation. And that's what I always tell people. I'm like, I think that basically everybody has, there's literally a trend on TikTok right now that is like girls showing their boyfriends what their boyfriends looked like when they started dating versus showing them like today. And I've seen some that are like, this is evidence that literally anyone can have a glow up, guys. Like, here, wait, let me see if I can find one. Like, some of the ones that I've seen are like, people in the comments are like, girl, you saved that man's life. Like, you did God's work. Here's an example, okay? Here's an example of someone who I would, no offense, not hot to me, personally, okay? But this is what she looked like when she started dating him, so he still got bitches. Like, so here is, okay, is it gonna load? Let's see if it loads, maybe. But half of your feed is this trend. I need to pull up another one. Like, that's a pretty crazy glow up. Like, that's a pretty crazy glow up. Like, some of these I see and I'm just like, that is a pretty crazy glow. Like, yeah, like objectively, he did that shit. Like, objectively, he did that shit. Like, that's an insane glow up. Like, made me feel like I need to level up my glow up all of a sudden. I do think that, like, part of it is that they just never have experimented with their look, because, like, that's what it is. And, like, that's part of roast culture that I'm talking about, y'all, okay? Is, like, I think that boys need to have more, should be able to have more freedom to express themselves and stuff. And I think that fashion and clothing is a big aspect where it's like, you know, maybe some boys put on a cool little outfit and then all of a sudden, like, their boys are flaming them or something for just trying to wear some fun new pants. Like, I feel like that's a good example of how roast culture kind of leads to boys closing themselves off and not experimenting and stuff like that. I guess guys don't get into that stuff as often as women. Yeah, but it's like, it's because you guys are discouraged from doing so, and that not only is that not really presented to you as something that you should do, I feel like it's almost frowned upon when boys do indeed do that, you know? Because that's really all it is like finding, because like different hairstyles, clothing styles, well, all these things, like they will make you look and feel differently. And like so much of like, I feel like glowing up is genuinely experimenting. And that does mean that you're gonna have some ugly outfits. You are gonna have some bad haircuts probably along the way, but you live and you learn, okay? But yeah, so if your homeboy pops out with a suddenly very questionable outfit, don't flame him too hard, okay? He's being brave. He is being brave. And I feel like on the flip side, whereas like, oh, guys aren't always presented like experimenting with clothes and hair is like, they're not always like shown that. I feel like sometimes there are girls who are on the flip side who it's like, they feel like they have to do these things, and they have to look good to be a valuable member because like everyone else is doing it, and like if they don't do that then blah blah blah. So, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, even though there's a lot of guys who maybe like unfortunately don't get to explore that part of themselves, I feel like there's girls who are forced to explore that part of themselves who like don't even want to, or like I don't even care what I wear, like blah blah blah, and like, you know, I should be able to wear what I want. A good haircut and some nice clothes can make a man look 10 times better without changing their body. Yes, exactly. I feel like that is literally all it is. And like, I feel like as a man, because there are so many men that like don't put that much effort into their appearance, if you as a man even just put a little bit of effort, I feel like you're already ahead of like 80% of dudes. So yeah, just, you know, put a little bit of effort in, do some experimentation, you know. That's why it's good to have some gal pals, some girlfriends, you know. You can like be like, hey yo, what this haircut, got a new haircut, I don't know, you and ask their opinion, but some people just don't try, whether scared or not ambitious. Yeah. When I was a kid, I wore a coat to school that I really liked and got teased so mercilessly that I faked being sick to go home and never wore it again. Years later, the look became cool and it really pissed me off. See, that is such a perfect example. Yes, I agree. That first of all, that makes me sad that happened. Oh my gosh. Like, whenever I think of, like, little boys, like, putting on a fun little outfit and then they just get made fun of, like, that makes me so sad. So I'm sorry that happened, and, like, fuck those haters. You were ahead of the times. Speaking on women's issues, can you maybe clarify why so many absolutely beautiful women make comments about how unattractive they are? I assume some of it's fishing, but it does really seem like genuinely low self-esteem despite how gorgeous they are. Well, beauty is not objective. So just because you think that someone is attractive does not mean that anyone else thinks that they're attractive, or even that own person thinks that they're attractive. So let's not act like beauty is objective, okay? Another thing is that also there are a lot of people, men and women, who will see someone that is attractive and will try to tear down their confidence because they are pissed about it, you know? Like, I feel like I see this on Twitch all the time, or something. Like, someone will come in and they'll be like, you're such a fat, blah, blah, everything, like, you're so fat. Like, that used to be, like, a comment when, I used to get that, and I'm like, bro, like, I feel like objectively, I don't think that I am. Like, they're clearly just trying to make me feel like shit about myself. And I feel like you can for sure see this on the internet, right? Like, we can see this on the internet all the time. Like it's because, like, there's a lot of people who are really insecure themselves, and so when they see someone that has something that they want, they feel like they need to tear that person down because they don't deserve it, blah, blah, blah. And I feel like you can really see this on the internet, but this also can play out in real life as well. And sometimes I feel like something I feel like I've noticed a little bit more towards, since I've had my glow up, I feel like I really have to go out of my way, though, to be, like, really smiley, because, like, sometimes people will just assume that you're mean, or that you're dumb, or that you're shallow, just because, like, I like to do my makeup and, like, put on cute little outfits. All of a sudden, like, people do not take me seriously. So, like, here's what I think. I feel like even though, so yeah, you know, I just think that also, I guess that's how I would, like, shine some light on it, I suppose, at the end of the day. And again, you can have all the people in the world telling you that you're attractive, but, like, if you yourself don't feel like you are, maybe it's rooted in insecurity, maybe it's rooted in your own lived experience of having someone, like, really tear down your confidence or something, like, whatever it may be, you know, like, beauty is not an objective thing, and that, like, I don't really think that fishing for compliments, like, if someone's ever, like, expressing that they don't think that they're attractive, like, I don't think fishing for compliments is really a thing. Like, I don't know how to make sense. Like, I feel like, yeah, I guess I just, like, don't think that fishing for compliments is a thing at this, like, am I, like, who, like, if you want compliments, you should just, like, ask for them. I don't know. Like, who the fuck is fishing for compliments at this point? Like, how do you even fish for compliments? Like, I've always believed, like, I don't know, I guess I feel like people, and that's the thing too, is, like, it's kind of the same thing of, like, when someone is, like, does really well off for their life, and then people assume that their whole life must have been really cushy and easy, you know? I don't know. But I think that it's kind of like, oh, when someone is rich and then they're talking about a problem that they have, and maybe someone that's poor is like, well, you have no valid, you shouldn't be able to feel that way, like, because you have money, like, what the fuck, like, you don't have actual problems, you don't have problems. And it's like, just because they don't have problems like you doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have problems, right? Like, even, like, say there's two kids, one's growing up rich, one's growing up poor, and, like, the rich one's getting beat like a motherfucker at home, sad, and they're talking about their problems, and then, like, the poor kid's like, well, whatever, you're not poor, so, like, you don't have to deal, like, just because they're not dealing with the same kinds of problems doesn't mean necessarily that their problems aren't real or valid or whatever, you know what I mean? So I guess that's really how it is. So just because you're feeling like someone is being ungrateful for the cards that they were dealt in their own life, I feel like you're just likely projecting onto them a little bit of, like, whether it's you feel like they're ungrateful for their, like, looks or whatever it may be. But yeah, people are allowed to feel however they want to feel. So, you know, just because you think that you would feel differently in their shoes, that doesn't mean that you know how they actually feel. or that they should be feeling that way, because you and them are very different people, and you ultimately don't know what fully led up into this current situation. When you go out with your girls, don't you still hang with guys? Well, wait, what do you mean? Like, are you asking if, like, our group is, like, mixed guys and girls? Because, yeah, it is. But sometimes we just have girl trips. Like, the trip I just went on was all girls. It was a girls trip. To play devil's advocate, men tend to focus on the things that make them attractive to the opposite sex. Since most men are ugly anyways, their best bet is to make money and build a home. Times are changing, though. I mean, how is that? But I don't understand. Like, doesn't women do the same thing? Women that focus on their looks are the same thing as men that focus on their job. They're both doing these things to try and we're saying, assuming that they're doing these things to try and attract the opposite sex, right? They're playing into these traditional gender roles. However, that unfortunately leads to them to neglect other things about themselves, okay? Like, I'm sure we all know a girl who focuses too much on her looks, and it's like, hey, honey, maybe the personality can use a little work. And I'm sure we all know dudes who are all about that hustle and that grind, and it's like, hey, maybe, like, get a haircut, maybe, like, don't wear the same 3 t-shirts all the time, and maybe, like, learn a little bit of emotional regulation a little bit, you know? But I think that what's lacking in both of these is people who don't work on themselves as a person inside, you know? Because some people think, like, a lot of girls think, oh, as long as I'm hot and I'm beautiful, I can get any man I want. They don't even think, is that actually going to be a happy relationship? And then there's a lot of guys who think, oh, as long as I'm rich and successful, I can get any girl I want. Again, not thinking if that's actually going to be a happy relationship. Versus if you work on yourself holistically as a person, and again, this can be your looks and your job as well included, but if you're working on yourself holistically as a person, not only are you working on attracting a partner, you're going to be working on actually being a good partner and stuff. Like, if you have good emotional regulation skills and, like, are an interesting and kind and patient person, like, yes, that's going to help you attract partners. That's also going to help you keep partners, okay? Because I think that's often a little bit lost in the sauce, you know? Because I assume if you want to attract, obviously, if all you care about is fucking bitches getting money, I don't know, like, then you can just focus on those more superficial things, but you're, compliment me, Kaylee. You're so amazing. True. Most only understand things from their own perspective. Yeah. That's why it's like, sometimes you just gotta understand, like, okay, like, I would feel differently if I were them, but I'm not. You know? Gotta roll with it. What kind of man do you like? I ain't got no type, no. Bad bitches is the only thing that I like. I will say, I do tend to like more introverted guys. Like, I like them a little more chill. I love being besties and friends with an extroverted guy, but I will say, extroversion, when a man be a yapper, I'm a yapper. Y'all know, okay? We've been yapping for over 3 hours straight now, right? Like, I'm a yapper. So, I could never be with another yapper romantically. There wouldn't be a minute of silence. There would be no peace, you know? So I will say, normally when I meet a man that's a yapper, I mean, we can have great combos. It'll be so fun. But I just normally will not be, like, attracted to that. So I do feel like that's the only thing that's probably, like, consistent with all the guys that I like. But honestly, like, I like boys. So I'm not super picky as far as, I just want you to be a good person. I want you to be kind. I want you to be curious. I think that's a good one. Yeah, treat me well. Treat other people well. Those are really what I care about. And honestly, that shit is rare nowadays. Like, you would think meeting someone that's super kind and compassionate and curious. Do you know how hard that is to find? Genuinely, it's actually insane. But it's okay, because I know there are good ones out there. And see, that's why it's like, when you gotta find the good ones, you gotta be, like, digging, okay? You gotta be digging. You gotta be digging to find the good ones, okay, guys? There are good gems out there, but you do gotta work to find them, unless you're hella lucky or something. But I feel like the good gems, you do gotta dig for. You do gotta find, okay? The people that are coming up to you and hitting on you, probably not who you want, okay? Because why are they? I'm just kidding. But for real, that is how I feel. Don't ever say there's no good ones, just you don't have a connection with them. Yeah, well, I meant, like, good ones for me. Like, I'm not saying, like, objectively good and bad. I meant, like, a good match. A good blah, blah, blah. Lord Cloak, John! Thank you so much for the tier 1. Happy 35 months. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Heart. How are you? Where do you find/meet people our age in this timeline? I honestly think the best way is to meet people through mutual friends. And yeah, that's my preferred method, personally, is just meeting people through mutual friends. And yeah, and then hopefully they're not a complete shitbag considering they're friends with your friend. So, yeah. Titanium saved everyone in Discord the other day. Wait, what? Kaylee, what's the biggest red flag in a man in a relationship? Biggest red flag? Okay, well, we're not talking about like murder or anything like crazy, right? We'll say like a common big red flag. Probably lying. I mean, that's like pretty expected though, right? Like if I ever catch a man lying to me, it's done. Like, it's honestly over, straight up, and I'm not even entertaining. Because if you just lied to me about this right now, what else have you lied about that I didn't know? What else are you gonna lie about? So I don't really mess with that. And sometimes it's like, I was just trying to protect your feelings. I don't give a fuck, you liar. Get out of my face. So, I don't really play about that. Yeah. I think someone that's also like, yeah, I don't know. I guess I can't really think of anything crazy. Oh no. Well, I hope that person got their account back. Meeting people through mutual friends requires one to have friends. Well, it only requires one friend, okay? It's a lot easier to make one friend than it is to make friends. So, I would say, this is what and you know, there's a lot of ways to make that one friend. Join a run club. Go to your local game store on board game night. If you're into D&D, go on D&D night. That's what I did when I was living in Chicago. Go to the club and maybe you'll strike up conversation, or the bar. Sometimes you can meet some cool people out. I do actually meet a lot of people whenever I go out. So yeah, so you just have to make one friend. And then if that friend likes you, you know, hopefully they can introduce you to some other friends. So you are gonna have one moment of bravery where you do meet someone in public. But I feel like doing these things that I said of like going to clubs and stuff like that, I feel like again, it could be like a party club, but like I'm also like book clubs, run clubs, just like local game store to play for D&D night, like whatever it is, you know, like I feel like if you're someone that's like longing for some friends and some human connection, you are not alone, honey. Like, it's a big thing. I feel like people never bounce back from COVID, me included. So, you know, I'd say look up things near you. TikTok, I feel like I see a lot of things through TikTok and stuff like that nowadays. But yeah, you probably will have to be a little brave. You will have to leave your house, which is, I know, quite frightening sometimes. Trust me, I know. But it's worth it. And like I said, as long as you can make like a friend or two. I mean, I feel like the club stuff is the best, because then you don't even gotta schedule a friend hangout time. You're just like gonna go to the club and see them there, you know? So you should, whatever your interest is, maybe there's like a pickleball club near you, or like whatever it may be. I feel like a lot of boys that I know who played sports, they'll oftentimes join some like recreational version of that sport. Like, I know some guys that play like soccer, or in like a soccer club or something, and it's just like they just play for fun and stuff. So there's so much you could do. It is a little hard to find those things, but like I said, like, what you do, it'll be good. Do you get the chance to do any D at all, even online? No, because I don't really want to do it online, to be honest. I'm like, I play enough video games, and to me, like, D&D's kind of video game-esque, you know? Like, I play enough video games to, like, satiate that part. Like, the whole thing I really liked about D&D was that it was like a video game, except it was in person with my friends, you know? So that's what I liked. It was just like, oh, I'm hanging out with my friends and we're doing some nerd shit. Online, I just wouldn't feel the same. If you meet one person, you can usually make friends with the whole group of friends. Yes, and you kind of like branch out. Even if you don't really initially like that one person, like maybe you like one of their friends more, then you can be like, now you're my friend and I want to meet your friends. And then you can kind of follow the trail until it dies, or you find a group of find friends that you like. I guess Valorant can qualify as D&D in a way. Exactly. Leave the house. Absolute madness. Every time I try to type a thoughtful comment, it's like a full page. I couldn't watch the replay, but sorry if the question came off presumptive. I definitely didn't even... Oh, wait, I'm sorry the replay didn't work. I feel like I kind of gave you a long-winded answer. I wasn't really paying attention whether there were ads or not, but I did give a long... I did try to give a long expectation. Must have been a minute and a half, because I guess it was over when the ads ended. Kaylee, what's your biggest goal for the rest of the year? For the rest of the year... Get really good at crochet. I'm not gonna lie to you, I feel like this year is like kinda over. I feel like I've lost my chance at accomplishing a goal per chance, but mostly what I want to do for the rest of the year is I want to work on my cozy craft hobbies. I need to re-sign up for my ceramics membership so I can go to the studio and I can work on some ceramic projects. And I've been getting back into crocheting and learning that, and I've been making a ton of new things, and especially something I really want to do is I want to, like, this Christmas, I want to try and make a lot of gifts to give out, because, you know, obviously I always buy gifts, and I felt like it would be really cool to have some handmade gifts this Christmas, so hopefully going to be doing some cozy crocheting. And yeah, I feel like it's kind of cozy season. I feel like grind time is, like, we're not in the grind time right now. So once January rolls around, then it's like back to grind time. But I feel like we're kind of entering the cozy months. So I just kind of have some cozy plans. What am I crocheting? I'm going to try and make a bag. So this is going to be like one part of it. And I wanted to have like slots. So I think I'm going to make three rectangles basically. And then like attach them so that I can have like 2 slots. And then I made it like this too because I think I might make some like pockets so I can have like small things in it. I'm honestly just experimenting. One thing I like about crocheting is like, you can just experiment, bro. Like, I don't know, I always thought like, oh, I need to like follow all these recipes, and I'm like, nah, you can just fuck around, honestly, and it's so fun. It's so fun. If you want to make Christmas gifts, then take it from someone who made crochet stuff last year. Start early. I just got really close to injuring my hands rushing to finish gifts last year. Yeah, no, trust me, I have actually. Like, I learned how to make these pouches. So I think I'm gonna try to make like just little things. Like, I'm probably not gonna make anything crazy because I'm still noob, you know? But I was like, oh, I can make like little pouches and I could put like their gift inside, you know? Here's one that I made for myself last night. But I did want to like maybe list some of these on my Etsy shop. But yeah, stuff that's like bigger, like plushies and stuff like this takes me a long time. So like I couldn't get all my friends big gifts like this unless I did start hella early. I actually started making a bag for one of my friends, but normally I feel like for Christmas I'll get my friends like smaller gifts and then I'll do like bigger gifts for their birthday and stuff. So if I wanted to make something like bigger for my friends, I'd probably do it like for their birthday. But I was like, you know, like if I wanted to make like small little things for them, something like that. I messed up doing oh my god, blankets? Yeah, that's like damn near one of the biggest things you could make. No wonder you were stressing. Oh my gosh. I do want to like make a blanket at some point. But see, like when I think about that, like I'm like, that's like when I think of making a blanket, I'm like, that's like a journey I'm embarking upon. Like, yeah, I can even make some pottery. Yep, I want to like do some painting. I was like, oh, if you do a spookathon, we could do like a kind of spooky vibes painting maybe. But yeah, I feel like I've been really trying to get in touch with this creative side of me that I feel like I've never really entertained in my life before. Like I was always like, oh, I'm a math and science girly. So I feel like I never really bothered investing any time. Like my whole life, it was like school and video games. That's essentially my entire life. School and video games and friends, I guess. So I feel like this is like the first time in my life that I've really been trying to get more into like creative hobbies and just get in touch with the side of myself that I've like never really gotten in touch with before, honestly. So it's been pretty fun. I feel like it's motivating. Obviously, like a lot of it's motivated by my friends because I feel like they all are really like creative, and so seeing them all be doing creative stuff, like obviously I can learn from them too, which is great. Yeah, I definitely want to like crochet like lots of little things and whatnot. So I guess that's kind of how I see the rest of my year going. cozy crafts. I would love to make some like videos, like, you know, how I was kind of doing like the paint with me. I was like posting time lapses of my paintings and stuff. I was like, I could do the same thing with crocheting, and who knows, maybe I can even like make my own recipes. I don't know why I call them recipes, sorry, my own like crochet instructions and stuff like that. And I can like, yeah, kind of invest in my little Etsy shop more. Patterns, there we go. I always call them recipes for some reason. Yeah, I can like make my own crochet patterns, like this bag. I was like, maybe if I like this bag, I can like somehow like write out the instructions or something. And yeah, because especially with like, you know, overconsumption and yeah, I just feel like, to me, engaging with art and creating art and doing little crafts feels like rebellious right now, right? Because we're in a world where you're told to just buy everything. Why make a bag? You can just buy that. Just go buy it. Just go buy it. And now we live in a world where we live in houses with a bunch of things that we've bought. Like, as humanity, we used to, like, everything that people used to wear and own used to be made by themselves or someone that they knew. So you just intrinsically, people had less, but they had a much deeper connection to the things that they owned. And I think that that's something that I really want to, like, tap into. And I feel like especially in this, like, world where you're told to just buy, like not be connected to anything, blah blah blah, I feel like taking the time to like really make stuff for yourself that then you will use, like, it's so nice. And especially like, because then you just get the joy. Like, I have so many plushies, but like I feel like I get so much joy from this guy because I'm like, I made him, this is my son, I made him, he's mine. Like, I just feel like I've never felt this way because, again, I've like never really been a creative person. I've never really created things. So it doesn't really feel rebellious to me. I just want to be more self-reliant. Hey, but self-reliance is rebellion in a way, you know? In a world that's trying to make you rely on a million different things, you know? I think that being able to make shit from scratch with your hands, like, I feel like that's badass. Like, that's badass. I don't know. I mean, you can have your own view of creating stuff as you want, but like, that's how I feel, straight up. Like, yeah, because obviously if it were up to the, you know, the CEOs and shit, like, they would just want you to buy their shit. Their shitty stuff that you don't even know how it's made, you don't even really know what, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like, I do feel like making stuff for yourself, it is a little rebellious. Obviously, it's not, like, super rebellious, but it's a little rebellious. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm just being too much into it, but I do feel that way, and, like, I actually wrote, like, a whole little piece on my Substack. It's called The Courage to Create. And if you're someone that's never viewed yourself as a creative person, but maybe you've wanted to be, for me, like, I never really thought I even wanted to be. It was mostly, like, I would just feel jealous of people who were creative. Like, I would always just, like, be like, oh, I wish I could do that. And it's like, bitch, you can do that. Like, once I realized that, because I would always just think, like, oh, I wish I could paint, like, oh, I wish I could draw, like, I would always, like, think that, and I still continue to think I wasn't really, like, I don't know. So, once I just realized, oh, I can do that, like, it's just gonna be bad when I start. Once you accept that you're gonna be bad when you start, I feel like it's very liberating, because I just used to always, like, you know, when you spend so much time making something and then you don't really like it, it's like, I just wasted that time, but you didn't, okay? You were building up your skill set that's gonna allow you to make something good one day, but everyone starts somewhere, you know? The best painters in the world have had some shitty paintings themselves, so don't be so harsh to yourself. But yeah, if you're liking this topic, I highly recommend reading my post on Substack, The Courage to Create. I should start writing more, but that's something that's a little hard. Writing's so vulnerable in a way that obviously, like, crocheting is not. Like, I would love to be more consistent with my Substack and stuff like that, but I don't know, writing is so vulnerable. I'd be sharing a piece of my soul on there, but hashtag follow me. Who knows? Maybe if people, maybe I should be brave. Yeah, society is set up to turn you into a consumer by limiting your skills and connections. Yep. So that's why I'm saying, I'm like, I feel like making stuff for yourself and for friends is, it's a little rebellious, you know? But it's just a good skill to have. Why not? Who knows? Maybe the world will crumble apart during my lifetime and everyone's gonna be coming to me, begging me to make them some crochet bags. I I'd be like, all right, only if you give me 3 cans of soup. 3 cans of soup, that's a ripoff! Sorry, why am I like actually imagining this? Oh my gosh, Tarla, thank you so much for the 4 months, or the sub with Prime. Happy 4 months. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know. I feel pretty vulnerable giving handmade gifts to people. Always afraid they won't appreciate the time and effort that goes into them. No, so true. You're right. It's still like creating anything is vulnerable. I 1000%. I guess, you know, and this is just me talking about how I feel, you know. I guess I feel like with writing, it's like how you feel is really being put into words, you know. Like I feel like the risk with crocheting, the risk is like you're underappreciated maybe. But the risk with writing is that you're like misinterpreted or even like badly interpreted or like, you know, I don't know. To me, like, yes, there's also the risk of people not appreciating your writing, but like I also feel like there's more risks with people like, I don't know, but I guess that's just how with creating any art, the way that people interact with it is a big part of it. It's not just about the person creating it. It's not just about the artist. It's also about the viewer, the reader, the gift receiver, whomstever they may be. I do fear I am losing some brain cells. Can we hit 4 hours of yap? I don't know. I don't know. I might have to binge watch. Okay, also guys, 3 Body Problem. I'm gonna have to binge some 3 Body Problem after this. Do they only have 1 season out? There's only 1 season on Netflix right now, but I thought that there was like, do they not? Is it originally on somewhere else? I was just watching it on Netflix. Or maybe, was I watching it on Netflix? I'm like too scared to look it up because I don't want to see any spoilers, but I mean, I guess I already read the books. Me saying I don't want any spoilers when I've fully read the source material. Season 2. Oh, so there's not even a 2nd season out right now? Why do I kind of wish I watched this when season 2 was already out? I fucking hate having to wait for new seasons. Like, I'm gonna be fucking moved on with my life by that time. 2027? 2027? Like, bitch, I'm gonna be... Who knows? Like, I don't know. It just seems like so far away. I could be... I don't even know. 2027? 2027 really is not that far away. It's straight up. It's like freaking a year and a couple months. Damn. I'll be 27. I'll turn 27 in 2027. Excuse me. Okay, my tummy is really rumbling. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna order some food. And then whenever my food gets delivered, I'll probably end stream and I'm gonna pig out and I'm gonna binge some I'm gonna binge some 3 Body Problem. But y'all know DoorDash be taking a minute, so don't worry, we got some time. The real question is, what should I get? Any ideas? Any ideas for me and my late night dinner? Taco Bell. You are such a Taco Bell loyalist. They need to send you like a lifetime gift card or something. Damn, it's really Friday. Maybe I should have gone out to the club or something tonight. Why do I suddenly feel like a loser? It's okay. Chat, we can all be losers together, right? Just kidding. You're not a loser, chat. You're probably way cooler than me. You guys are probably like watching stream from the club right now, right? Should have known. You guys are like way cooler than me. Like... It's okay. Honestly, I went out plenty in San Diego, so I was like, I don't want to make any plans this weekend. I was like, should I reach out to my friends this weekend? I was like, no. I saw them this week. Like, love my friends, but I was like, just gonna have a little potato weekend. Cause I'm pretty sure, when is TwitchCon? It's not, yeah, it's two weeks from now. Wait, I thought it was cool to be here. No, it is cool. Actually, no, this is like where all the cool kids hang out. This is where all the cool kids hang out, and we crochet and talk about books. Obviously, this is where the cool kids hang out. Just kidding. Sorry, I do like embracing being a nerd. I do not mean that in a deprecating way at all. Obviously, nerd things are cool nowadays. Barbecue chicken pizza. Okay, I'm looking at Domino's right now because I'm seeing 40% off. And this looks gas. Cali chicken bacon ranch, 40% off. Oh, I'm salivating. I'm gonna build my own pizza. Should I get a medium? I'm getting crazy with it. Oh my god, wait, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. You know when you're like a little bit hungry and then you start looking at food and it's like, suddenly I'm starving to death, actually. Okay, I'm doing build your own pizza. I want bacon. I want chicken. I want onions. I want mushrooms. I want green peppers. This is making my pizza so expensive. What the hell? Why is it plus $3.50 per item? Okay. Canceled. Let's look for an item that already has what I like on it for the most part. Deluxe. We got pepperoni, sausage, green peppers, mushrooms, onions. Okay. So I'm gonna say no pepperoni, no sausage, add chicken, bacon. Why was that barely cheaper than my freaking build your own pizza? Make that make sense. Okay. What if I did... Now I need to get creative here. Chocolate lava crunch. I mean, that shit hurts my stomach so bad, but I'm getting it. I love Domino's lava cakes, guys. Shit, why do I want to order a chicken Alfredo too? Stop this. But I could eat that tomorrow. I'm getting it. And it's gonna be in tomorrow. Okay, I'm testing out things a little bit right now. What if I do... Like, I feel like adding the veggies should be cheaper than adding the meat. Like, why is it the same price? Like, normally it's, like, free to add fucking veggies. Like, why am I paying just as much to add freaking green peppers to my pizza as I would for, like, all of the meat options? I don't feel like that's making sense to me, personally. Now it's suggesting I order a giant soda. This marketing tomorrow, meal today. This is why you should smoke less. Bro, I'm stone cold sober right now. I'm sober. I'm sober AF and I'm salivating over Domino's right now. I just made a ghetto DiGiorno personal pan pizza. And I'm like, I want this. It's freaking Domino's. I ain't out here getting some bougie pizza. But I love Domino's. Like, I don't know, hot take. I don't know if that's American of me, but like, I fuck with Domino's. You know, I know there's some Domino's haters out there. But I like it. Okay, I'm getting a medium hand-tossed garlic crust seasoning pizza with green peppers, cheese, bacon, mushrooms, chicken, and onions. Yeah. Wait, I need an extra garlic sauce. I need it. Can't forget my sauce. The fact they only give you one fucking sauce for a pizza is a crime. I need freaking multiple sauces. Where's my garlic sauce? Give me 2 extra. I go a little crazy with it. Sorry, I'm getting way too hyped about this. $60! I didn't even get a drink, bro. And I got 40% off my pizza. I don't understand. This is what I'm fucking talking about, y'all. Every time I try to get DoorDash or some kind of delivery food, I'm not even kidding, it's always minimum 50. Like, it probably would be 50 if I like didn't have, like if I didn't have the pasta, which I got for tomorrow, granted. So if we subtracted the pasta though, it would be 50, which is like, just order from a local pizza place. No, they're literally all the same. The thing is funny enough, that was my strategy. I saw those DoorDash first and I was like, oh, that's way too much. Like, okay, I'm just gonna start like calling places and walking there, like calling them directly and walking there. Tell me why when I do that, it's the same price. And it wasn't even costing me to save money. No, but like, that's why I'm saying, oh, also like I have 0 delivery fee. Because I think, wait, how do I think I might have the Dash Pass still. Oh, I have not canceled it. Oop, I thought I canceled it. Oop. But yeah, that's not even having a delivery fee actually, guys. So I'm telling you guys, I straight up think that the food in LA is just expensive because I feel like if I were to get this exact same thing when I was living in Chicago, like it'd be like, I mean, it's a little expensive, like $35, $40. But in LA, bro, it's always like minimum 50. The prices are higher. Yeah, but they're like $1 higher. Trust me, y'all. I've done my research and I genuinely think it's something with LA. Like, because when I've lived in other places, like, I just feel like that was like the biggest thing I've noticed about living in LA. That's why I told you guys, like, I don't DoorDash anymore. And that's why it's like, okay, in the long term, it's not a terrible thing because it does make me not DoorDash more. And then every time I do decide to DoorDash, I'm just like, what the fuck? But I'm gonna do it. I'm already salivating. I'm starving. Oh, and I gotta add tip. All right. Hopefully this doesn't bankrupt me. But yeah, straight up and like even in LA when I was like calling restaurants and going to pick it up, like I think I did that one time. I did that multiple times and every single time there was less than a $5 difference. Again, because I have the Dash Pass, like I'm not paying a delivery fee. I don't know what it is. I just straight up think that like the food is more expensive here. But again, like it's kind of what I was saying earlier. I was like, I guess that makes sense because it's like, okay, if it's more expensive for these restaurants to, like if it's more expensive for me to live in LA than it is in Chicago, then chances are it's more expensive for the restaurants to have their rent in LA, right? Which means that they probably just have to raise their food prices to do that. That's my theory. I don't know. That is my theory. It was $60 for one pizza. It was $60 for, no. It was $60 for a pizza, some lava cakes, and a chicken Alfredo. So, anyways, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. But that's what I was saying. I was like, if I took away the chicken Alfredo, it'd still be like 50. But, anywho, at the end of the day, the high price does make me DoorDash less, which is overall probably a good thing. So, I used to DoorDash way more when I was living in Chicago because it was way cheaper. My orders would usually be around like $30-something. And when you're feeling hella lazy, $30-something really don't feel like that much. But once you get to above 50, I don't know. Once something is more than like $40, $50, like $40, like over 40, it's like, okay, like, do I really want this thing? Do I really want this top? Do I really want this meal? Do I really want this sweater? You know, if it's over 50, it's like, I better really want this. I better. But I got my lunch for tomorrow too. Plus I'm gonna have leftovers for pizza. So this $60 could honestly get me through the whole weekend, which is why I'm kind of like, meh. It's not a one-time meal, you know. Like I'm not gonna eat that whole pizza tonight, and I got the pasta, so In my head, this is copium for sure. I'm coping right now, but in my head, that $60 really paid for like 3 or 4 meals. So it was really like $20-something per meal. Copium! Anyways, thank you so much for King. Wait, bro, check out Bottega Louis, fine dining, less than $50. Actually, funny enough, I went out one night and went out with when my guy friends helped me move, and we were playing pool or something, and they became buddy with this one random old man, and he worked there, and he was telling us to go there. And then I looked it up, and the menu did not really intrigue me. But hey, I'll still go. It's downtown. Hashtag YOLO. More like 3 to 4 for each item, but also yes, LA. Yeah, LA is just expensive, bro. Like, it's just expensive. Use the Domino's app. Oh, I guess I should have used the Domino's app. But then I would have had to pay for delivery. Right? Because I have a Dash Pass. I don't know how shit works right now. All I do know, though, is I'm starving. So let's start talking about something besides food before I start losing my mind. Pizza is really good there, close to you. No way it's better than Domino's, bro. I'm just kidding. I'm a ride or die for Domino's. Wait, I should have used the app. You're right, because I think that they have a rewards program on their app. I could be missing out on a free pizza right now. Fuck. New York is expensive. LA is expensive. I need to go someplace in the US that's cheap. Go to Chicago. Straight up. I think Chicago, you get the most bang for your buck. Like, I mean, it's still expensive if you're comparing it to, like, the middle of nowhere or, like, small cities. But straight up, if you want to live in an affordable-ass city, Chicago. I love Chicago. As a city, I feel like Chicago's a billion times better than LA, but you know, we have the creator industry out here. We have Hollywood, okay? We have, I don't even fucking know. We have food. I will say, I do think that the LA food shits on Chicago food. Sorry! I just don't think I like the cuisines that are very popular in Chicago. It's a lot of Italian. Basically all Italian. All of my favorite restaurants just started turning into Italian restaurants. Like, I had this Mediterranean restaurant that I love. Tell me why I tried to go there for my, like, last meal in Chicago when I was moving. It was Italian. It became Italian. I was like, everywhere is just like a steakhouse. Michelin guided pizza. Oh, Essie, ranked the 10th pizza. Oh, okay. You are convincing me. Sorry, like a fuzz. What kind of pizza is it, Kang? Is it like thin crust? Is it like a specific style of pizza? Like, what's making this pizza so good? I guess I'm curious. Every time I order Domino's, I get we're sorry, this order wasn't what you wanted. Email. I never complain either. I just get free shit every time for no reason. Oh my god. Yeah, honestly, like, I've never really had a problem with Domino's. Like, I feel like they treat me right. They got a little rewards program. Their food is gas, even if it hurts my tummy a little bit. Like those lava cakes. I love the lava cakes, but like, if I usually I'll eat one and I'll have to stop myself because they come in packs of 3, you know? Because if I eat more than one, like, I am not feeling good. Japanese style Neapolitan pizza. You should go once while you're still in LA. Oh, okay. Honestly, like I said, I don't really eat out that much. I just be eating at home nowadays. I just feel like every time, I don't know, how do y'all feel? Because I feel like every time I eat out, all I can think of is like, I can eat better food at home. Unless it's like something crazy that I like will not be making at home. Like some KBBQ or something, like, I don't know. But like 9 times out of, like, I feel like I don't know, I never feel that impressed by food when I go out to eat. Like, I don't know if like all food is suddenly becoming like shit. I actually just watched this video that was kind of talking about how all food is becoming like shit because of this fucking giant like wholesale food seller. So like they sell food to restaurants so yeah, chances are like when you get fried jalapeno poppers at a restaurant, they're all coming from this one place. Like, it has certain dishes where it's like, if you get this dish at a restaurant, and that's why when you go to restaurants, all restaurant food tastes the same now. I was like, oh, I thought I was tweaking thinking about that, but it was like, oh, I can't remember the name of the company. It was, something starting with an S. I can probably look it up. But it was really interesting, and like, looking behind the scenes, I mean, it makes sense because this company is like essentially buying all the smaller companies, and like now it basically has a monopoly. So like especially in like small towns, almost like all the restaurants will like source their food from this place. And like they're basically, it's all like frozen meals. For the most part, it's like, damn, like no wonder I'm not impressed when I go out to restaurants nowadays. Depends on the spot. Every chain restaurant's pretty much mid. Well, it was specifically talking about like smaller restaurants and stuff too. Because like obviously the smaller ones have like less money. So that's why they have to go with this like food seller, because it's like more, they're more affordable. Economies of scale and shit, you know? Depends. Like I can't make sushi. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, unless like usually I feel like when I go out to eat, it'll be like food I can't really make at home. I was like, once I learn how to make a good pizza at home, bro, it's over. It's over. But, like, I can make a good steak at home. I never get steak at restaurants now because I can make a good steak at home. I told Claire to go to Taco El Frank in the Gas Lamp SD, another Michelin guided restaurant. Ooh, okay, okay. Yeah, honestly, San Diego, I'll let Claire choose all the places. I feel like she's a much bigger foodie than me. I'm like, I'm down for whatever. I know they have a Nobu. It's like right across from the convention center. I would like see it when I went to TwitchCon last year. I would like see it when you walk out. And I'm like, I've never really been to Nobu. I think I technically have actually. I think I went one time, but I don't know. I feel like it's just one of those places that people go because it's cool or something. But yeah, honestly, I just don't really eat out very much. I find it a little, I don't, like, every time I go out, it's kind of like 50-50 if I'm gonna like my meal. When I was just in San Diego, oh my gosh, my friends and I stayed at this hotel, the Lafayette. I did steal a pen from there. Well, I guess I don't know if it was stealing. I think you could take the pens, but the Lafayette. And they had this restaurant there. Kang, I wouldn't be surprised if you've been here. It was like okay, it was Quixote. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sorry. But they had these ribs. Oh my god, it was the best thing I ate all, like, the whole time I was there on the trip. They had these, I don't know what they were called. They were like, I don't know, but they were so good, and they came with some corn, and then they had this, like, cheese fondue, and it was so good. It was so good. So yeah, San Diego. It's in the restaurant, the Lafayette. It's called, like, I don't know how to pronounce that. Quixote. So bad. Quixote. I mean, how would you think that that's pronounced? Quixote. I don't know. I guess if it was Mexican inspired. So I don't know if that's, like, is that like, I don't know. Oh. I know. Yeah, what happened to not talking about food? Yeah, for real. Well, anyways, I only have a few more episodes left of the 3-body problem. I might actually end up finishing tonight if I'm irresponsible. God. My order is out for delivery and it's gonna be here soon. As soon as the food gets delivered, I end stream. Just kidding. All right, guys. Final countdown. What do we want to talk about as our last? Wait, he's here. Or he's down the street. Eating ASMR, no. Like I said, I'm like, we've been yapping for 4 hours straight. No games. I guess this is kind of an activity, but not really. So once my food gets here, I will be saying goodnight, and I will be feasting on my pizza and letting my brain turn to mush in front of the TV. Well, not complete mush, because I have been crocheting while watching things. Although I might, I think I need a few extra rows. Like, I might almost be done with this panel, actually. But yeah, I do want us to start doing some, like, more yap and crochet streams. I feel like the crocheting makes my brain not feel so focused on like the yap part, so I feel like I can, like, yap for longer. Or maybe we just had some cool people in chat today and we had some interesting combos. I was thinking, I was like, maybe I can, like, set up on my like a little chair. Like be cozy. Cozy, crochet, and we could watch videos. That's why I was like, oh, if we do like a movie night or video night, I was like, maybe I'll like make my setup so I can like sit there and we can be like little cozy vibes, you know? I have some good spots in SD to try for you and Claire. Oh my gosh. Well, send them to her because I feel like I don't think she's been to San Diego before. So I'm like, she can totally choose. I also know she's a big foodie, so I'm like, I'm totally down. I was like, I was just in San Diego. I'll probably be going back to San Diego like again in the future. So totally up to her of where she would want to try, especially because, yeah, I feel like she doesn't really get to have like the types of cuisines that we got here in LA, you know, or maybe she does, but like they're not as good as what we have, or just California, because obviously I imagine that San Diego also has good Asian and Mexican food due to the Cali demographics, you know. Do I like milk or dark chocolate? I like milk. I think dark chocolate tastes a little funky to me sometimes. I've always been a milk chocolate girly. I even like white chocolate a little bit. Dark chocolate, like I like dark chocolate with other things, but like just by itself, I don't know. It doesn't hit like milk chocolate. Milk chocolate, I am a big milk chocolate superiority, like milk chocolate superiority. Claire wants to go to Nobu, but you should have Res soon if you guys want to go. Ooh, okay, yeah. Well, maybe now that her subathon is done, we can text more about it. There were like moments I wanted to text her, but I was like, oh, I know she's doing her subathon, so didn't want to bother her. I figured we would have another like FaceTime or whatever, but good idea. Definitely let her know if you like wanted to, like, I don't know, like if you want, you could just, when you give her Rex, you can be like, Kaylee said she's down for whatever. But I'll tell her that too. I'll text her. Can I have some cool hangout? Oh, thanks. Yes, no, I will. I will hopefully be planning a little spookathon after TwitchCon chat, so hashtag shout out to Claire for inspiring me. I definitely want, I don't know, I just haven't really done anything, and there's so many spooky, scary activities that I want us to do, so it'll be fun to plan it. We'll have to have a stream where we can like fully plan everything out and whatnot. So that way I can kind of like have some hype build while I'm off in TwitchCon. And who knows, maybe I'll make some friends at TwitchCon, and then I'll, you know, maybe we could like do something together. Maybe that'll be like, I'll make some friends that we could like play some spooky games with or something. I already told Amy, I was like, we gotta do a stream, because we were like FaceTiming yesterday, and she was like, and I was like, oh, maybe we could do like some kind of craft, because, you know, she'd be a crafty girl too. And then she's like, maybe we could like bake a fall dessert. I was like, oh, that's a good idea. So I definitely, when we plan our spookathon, I definitely will try to reach out to some other streamers so I can kind of integrate them into some goals potentially. Oh no. What the? How did I find a D&D table at TwitchCon? I'm kind of interested in that when I go. Big D&D fan. Well, when you like, I'm pretty sure, well, there's like an app. Basically, there's a TwitchCon app, and when you like go to TwitchCon, the app will have like a full schedule of like all the panels and events and stuff for the day. So usually what I'll do is I'll like scroll through the entire day of events, and then you can like favorite the ones you want to go to, and then you'll just have a favorite tab, so then you'll just like only see the events you want to go to. So that's what I did. I scrolled through, I favorited all the events that interested me. If I was like busy during the actual time, like it's not like you're signing up, so you don't have to go, but yeah. And then they'll all have like a little description, but yeah, I'm like, I think everything might actually already be up, so you could actually download it. You should be able to download it now to hopefully see, but I'm not entirely sure, so don't don't hate me if I'm wrong. And they stick to it. Oh, bake a pineapple. Oh, I don't really like pineapple like that. I don't really like pineapple. I don't really like cake. Sorry. I don't know what was I thinking that we could make? There was something specific I was thinking, but now I can't really remember. We could do some like cookies though, fall themed cookies. Sounds like a scam. What sounds like a scam? What? Me not liking pineapple or cake? Huh? I'll bring you and Claire something for you. Oh my gosh, making You're coming to TwitchCon? I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see people. I always have so much fun at TwitchCon. I'm so glad Claire's finally coming too, because I've like told her the past couple years, I'm like, girl, I think if you come, you would have fun. Like, I promise. You know, like, cause she's always like, oh, like, I'm not as extroverted as you. I'm like, bro, it's TwitchCon, okay? It's not exactly full of a ton of like extroverted, super socially adept people, you know? Like, we all a little weird, but like, that's what makes TwitchCon fun, is like, we're all just a bunch of weirdos that get together for a weekend, do some nerd shit, make friends, and then go back to our hermit caves, you know? So I'm glad. Hopefully she has a good experience. I guess anything could happen, but I hope that she does like it, because I always have a ton of fun at TwitchCon, and yeah, I feel like I always get to meet a lot of people too. Like, I'm really bad at making friends online, so TwitchCon is kind of my like saving grace of how I can actually make some creator friends, because like, I don't know, I mean, I personally think I'm pretty good at making friends IRL. I just think over text, I mean, because I'm just a bad texter, and then obviously, like, if you're not good at texting someone back, like, it's already gonna make becoming their friend kind of hard, which sucks. I wish that wasn't the case. I'm like, listen, just because I don't text you doesn't mean I don't like you. I actually like you very, very much, and when we hang out, like I would love for us to be besties. Like, I, like, saw, like, a TikTok or something that was, like, I would literally kill for my friends, but I fear I will not text them back multiple times a day. And I'm like, yes, like, that is literally how I feel. I'm like, I would literally move the moon and the stars for my friends, but like, texting them multiple times throughout the day, like, I don't know, that's asking a bit much. Kings of the Hilton Gas Lamp. Wait, that's where I stayed last time. Oh my gosh, well, maybe it was the Hilton or Hampton, or I think Hilton. Can't remember, but I stayed, I think that might have been the one, or maybe it was a different one actually. It was the one that was by the airport actually. Maybe the one that you're talking about was like probably closer to the convention center, probably nicer. I'm like, I don't think that we're affording the same hotels, so. You don't like pineapple? Do you like deep fried pickles? No. Didn't you just order a lava cake? Yeah, but let's be real, it's not like an actual cake. It's kind of like a cookie. Like, I'm talking about like an actually regular cake. Domino's lava cakes are like, it's just a hunk of chocolate. Chocolate goo. Have I been to other TwitchCons? I have. I've been the last couple of years, actually. I went to the one last year, and then I went to the one in Vegas, which was the worst one, for sure. I did not like the one in Vegas, and I hope they never do it in Vegas again. Loved the one in San Diego, and I'm very pleased they're doing it there again. I just like San Diego a whole lot better. I kind of hate Vegas. The hotel I'm staying in, Gaslamp, charged me a bunch of stuff I didn't expect, like resort fees. Oh shit. Damn, I'm sorry. I do feel like, you know, hotels can be scammers sometimes. But hopefully that just means you're getting some really nice amenities. Vegas too expensive? I don't even think Vegas is that expensive. I think it just is probably my least favorite city in the entire country. But, like, let's just think of everything Vegas kind of, like, let's just think of the vibes of Vegas. I mean, Vegas is fun when you're, like, 21 and blacked out, and then, like, after that, and then your frontal lobe develops, and you're like, I'm actually completely good on that city. Like, I'm good. Knitting? Okay, Grandma, I see you. This is actually crochet, okay? If you see only one tool, someone's probably crocheting. The knitting is the 2 needles. I do want to learn how to knit, though. I do want to learn how to knit one day. But right now, I'm in my crochet era. I feel like, well, never mind. Yeah, gym, pool, stuff like that. I guess Airbnb would have been cheaper, but whatever. Yeah, I mean, Airbnbs are supposedly cheaper, but the thing is a hotel is gonna have you closer downtown, like actually downtown, and you get all of those things, and sometimes you get breakfast included, and like, you get someone to clean your room and everything. Like, I don't know. Personally, I feel like I'm kind of at the era where, like, sure, I'll do Airbnbs for big groups. because like it's way better to save money if you're actually having like a big group of people. I'll still do an Airbnb, but like if it's just me or me and one other person or just like small group, like I'll do a hotel every time, because I just feel like hotel, like way more amenities, like there's like actually staff and stuff there that can like help you and like bring you extra towels and stuff. Like I don't know, I kind of feel like Airbnbs are just not worth it if it's just like you or you and one other person, unless it's like the middle of nowhere, you know. But somewhere like San Diego that I feel like has so many different hotels, I feel like you can find one. You probably just kind of got one that was like expensive and didn't really know it, which fair enough. They do try to hide that so that people will book and then not notice till after they're getting charged for those fees, so not your fault. Was I able to park at the hotel? Yes, I was, but there was like a nightly valet fee. Oh shit, my friends were actually texting me because I also paid for some of the dinners. There were multiple times where someone was like, oh, like, does anyone want credit card points? And I was like, me? me. So I'm like, I don't know if anyone else cares about credit card points like that, but whenever my friends are going out, I'm always like, hey, I'd love to pay, but if someone else wants points, like, they can have it. None of my friends ever wants points, though, so I'm always like, hey, I'm like, hey, if no one wants, like, because I feel like it used to be, like, before, like, points and everything used to be, like, okay, whose card? Like, it was, like, a sacrificial thing. Like, it's okay, like, I'll put it on my card, but please, guys, make sure you send me the money tonight or something. Like, now, it's like, I want to put it on my card! Let me put it on my card! I'll cover the tip, don't worry. I got it. No, I literally use all my credit cards for points. Like, if y'all ever wonder, like, damn, how does she afford so many flights? Credit card points. Literally. So, yup, I don't get a ton of free flights, but it's enough for a free flight every now and then. Maybe if I was a bigger baller and I spent more money on my card, but I feel like trips are honestly when I do spend the most money on my card and stuff. Just make sure, yep, I do make sure to pay it off every month. I'm not giving the bank no extra money with that interest. No. Wait, okay, I think one more panel, or one more row. Come on, DoorDasher, where are you? Oh, I think he might be here. Okay, chat, I fear my brain cells are far and few between, but I think almost 4.5 hours of yap, I think that's pretty good, honestly. Normally after like 2 hours, I'm like, I don't know. So I'll feel good about that, I suppose. And yes, okay, game plan is I should be streaming tomorrow-ish. I've been feeling a little poopy. I don't know if I've been, oh my gosh, Small but Rock Solid, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Mwah. Heart. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, I know we were just talking about TwitchCon, so if you guys were thinking about going, I think I have some kind of code. Oh, it's like a timer bot. I can't remember. But yeah, wait, if you guys got a gifted sub from Small but Rock Solid, make sure you say thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. Oh my gosh, you guys were so kind to me. I had so much fun. I feel like we had really good combos, so come back. Have some good combos with me. I love a good chat. Oh, excuse me. I love a good yap. Look at all my little ghosty babies. I love y'all. But yeah, if you're thinking about going to TwitchCon and you haven't got your ticket yet, please consider using my link. It might be, I don't know. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I don't know. I should be streaming tomorrow. I'm planning on streaming tomorrow. But I don't know. I've just been feeling a little icky since my trip. I'm like, I don't know if I caught something, but like I like slept a lot last night, and then I took a nap today, and I don't know. So I'm like, I don't know. But honestly, I feel fine enough to stream. So I'm like, maybe if we just play a game or something like that. My friends are gonna be out of town, so I figured, I mean, we could do like some cozy Valheim, just do like some building and work on the base maybe, because I do still want to like dig the trench and whatnot. Or we could play some kind of scary game. We have a whole scary game list. I don't know if we'd want to save some scary games for when we do Spookathon, for sure. But maybe we can like break into a new game. I don't know. We can decide tomorrow what we do. But I didn't put up my Halloween decorations today, so I guess we just got too. We were just having too good of a combo, man. It was too good. And there's my pizza. Oh, he actually brought it up. Good thing I tipped. Okay, but hopefully he just leaves it there. Okay, well, that was my pizza. I don't know if you guys heard it. But thanks for hanging out with me, guys. Thank you, everybody that subbed or gifted subs. Oh my gosh, we get crazy gifted today. Thank you. And also gave bits. I appreciate your guys' support towards my channel so very much. And I should see you guys tomorrow. Alrighty. Okay, I am going to raid my ASMR channel. So, if you think ASMR is super strange, you should, now's your moment to leave. But if you like those relaxing whispers and scratches and taps, then hopefully you would like my ASMR channel. Okay. Alrighty. Let me start the raid. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. And yes. And definitely on Monday. Because we need to do a focus stream. I wanted to do focus today, but I was just feeling so like in the morning. But I don't know what it is. I'm like, maybe I've just been going on too many trips lately or something. My body needs to recover. My brain needs to recover. But heart, I'll see you guys tomorrow for some fun Saturday vibes. Actually putting up Halloween decorations, hopefully, and maybe doing some more brainstorming for the Spookathon. Maybe even breaking into a game if we decide that we don't need to save it. Maybe we'll save like the good ones for Spookathon and like do some of the more random scary games. Like there's just so many scary games, so many options. Okie dokie, guys. As always, follow my socials. I posted a ton of snaps from San Diego on my Snapchat, so you should go watch them. Snapchat does give me money for views, so if you want to support your girl without having to pay any money yourself, you should totally... Oh, wait. Shit! Sorry, I just clicked the wrong thing. I clicked cancel. Might be. Okay, starting the raid again. But you should totally check it out. Did we still want to play Megabonk? Should I buy and download Megabonk, or is like, did I miss the Megabonk hype? I was thinking about playing Megabonk. We could talk about it tomorrow, okay? It's only like $10 or something, right? I'm like, okay, maybe we could play some Megabonk tomorrow, yeah? If y'all down? Okie dokie. Well, have a good rest of your night, and I'll see you tomorrow. But if not, I'll see you guys Monday. Sound good? Heart. Okay, good night, everyone. Bye!